Hey guys, this is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype to my channel if you have yet to do so. And if you get anything from my work, a Connected Dawn and Epiphany, a Mind Explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create, please consider supporting my work. All the links will be at the bottom of the description of this channel. And not just mine, all the beautiful people that I value and I find amazing things within their content and the things that they make. So go check out the link section after the live is over. AllyKatCreations211.com is my website. There you get to see paintings and pyramids and gem skulls and paintings and all kinds of things that I make. If you're interested in purchasing something or getting a commission from me, please email me. Best way to do it. And another way you could support the channel is becoming a member. There you get special emojis, chicken, baddie, Little Thor, Freya, and you can use those in the comments or in the live chats. I also do an hour-long oracle card reading for everybody over the weekend, so you guys get a little pulse on the energy that is to be expected, and you get entered into my raffles. 4D, I am working diligently. I have a video. You guys are going to help me out, I hope, if you want to. I have to get more ideas going, but I'm creating. But 4D gets to work with me behind the scenes, and they get first crack at some of my content that I'm working on privately. So hi, everybody. Hi, Scott. Hi, Charlene. Hi, Ash Maya. Hi, El Sunray, Miss Leah herself. Hi, Miss Sid, Divine Sunflower Tower. Make sure you go and subscribe to her channel. And on my page, scroll all the way down on YouTube, and you get to click and subscribe right there from my page. Thank you, Michael Zinn, for that. Oh, it's okay. I have a disclaimer. I was gonna write something like long-winded down. Blessings, Arnie. Hi, Sparky. Hi, everybody. A few things from this morning, and I felt very energetically attacked. So I'm just putting a disclaimer. I am here to function as in service to others. It might not be taken that way. I love all of you. I'm here to help. I am here to do what I can. I am human, by the way, like in this flesh. I am here to accept all and every opinion. Just be respectful in the chat. We've been getting some people in the chat that just are rude, but we love you anyway. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I'm not everybody's coffee. I like my coffee light and sweet. But not everybody likes coffee light and sweet. I'm not for everybody. The last couple of weeks have been like testing the living fuck out of me. And I just want to put that preface out there before new people come on and energies get cray cray. We are all human, and that's a part of the living experience that we all have. And I just want people to know that I'm not here to try to offend anybody. I'm just giving my perspective. It might not be perfect. I don't think any of us are having perfect opinions and perceptions, but I think that it's necessary to say it because my intention is like, seriously, I love you guys. And I'm not here to hurt anybody. And geez Louise, the last couple of days, this energy has been weighing super heavy on me, and the clarity that's coming in is like, oh, bitch, you are in a void. You're shifting. The exhaustion that I've been feeling. Alexander Quinn put a really eloquent video out about the energies hitting us. It's intense and it's been hitting me very hard. Energetically super heightened. I know many of you are feeling it too. And I had to take a step back the last couple of days to just zonk out and go inside and do some pondering. And I know a lot of you are in this feeling as well. I know a lot of you have been feeling attacked. And I've been feeling that too. I felt it a little while, I've been feeling it all day, but all day yesterday, all day before yesterday. Um, we're in a warfare. And it, the oracle cards over the weekend was the archetype was speaking of the warrior in the garden and how do we pick and choose our battles. And for me, that's something that I am definitely assessing right now in my own life, like what is worth battling and what's worth just saying, well, they know not, and we love them anyway, and giving them compassion and knowing there might be jabs and not the nicest thing said. It's a war, and a lot of us are feeling it for sure. And I want everybody to know it's not just happening to a few of us. I think it's happening to more than we can imagine. So just come at it with some compassion. I'm trying to myself. Um, the things that I've been getting the last couple of days have been testing my ass on next level shit, and it's in my private life on the next level bullshit. Holy crap. I think it's hitting all of us in different ways, but my gosh, next level insanity. Hi, Kim. Did I miss anybody? Like, I can't even see today. I'm rattled. I don't like this feeling. I sat with this last since Sunday. Like, who am I? What am I? What's going on? And upstairs, I get a little giggle and a laugh, and we're tested. We're being tested, guys. We're being tested. I don't find comfort in the testing anymore. I'm kind of checked out. Hi, Big Meanie. I'm kind of being checked out. Um, I yeah, I mean, we're in Mercury retrograde, so communication is another big like there's a lot of miscommunication. There is a lot of like technical shit going down. I tried pondering this with my walk yesterday to the post office. I had a beautiful walk, by the way. Those of you that have stuff that they're out in the mail, I promise. I took a very nice long walk yesterday and did a lot of inner contemplation and asking questions. I didn't get my answers that far deep, but we're in a war and it's kicking my ass. And why I'm like putting a little disclaimer out there is because like my intentions for everybody is literally good. I care. It bothers me when there's conflict around me and I might be involved and it sucks because I'm like not trying to hurt anybody. That's not what Allison wants to do. And then, someone at later today was like saying something. I didn't see the whole comment, but like I felt that dagger in my heart and it hurt. I'm not here to impose anybody, my will on and to anybody. I'm not here to ask you to believe anything that I have to say. If you ask to pull cards and you're not happy with what you received, then there's two things you could do: release it and let it go, or introspect on why it triggered you or why it didn't match. I'm just a conduit. I'm a messenger. Sometimes don't shoot me. Shoot the one giving me the messages. Um, and that's this comes in waves. This really does. This comes in waves. And the patterning that we've all been experiencing. I had a lot of loop and patterning cards earlier on Janine's show. And that's something we all need to take accountability for and look within ourselves. I know in my private life, I saw some of the patterning I wasn't conscious to, starting to become conscious. And once I became conscious of the looping and the behavior and the words that were coming out of me, I put my boundary up to my own self and said, get the fuck out of here. We're not repeating this bullshit. And not all the time are we all aware of our own patterning. Sometimes people have to bring it out of you. Um, Definitely something that we all need to take a look at within our own selves is how we've been programmed and the patterns that we're not aware of. There's right, and absolutely, Arnie, and that's something that I know I'm still adapting to, at least in my private life. The looping is that, wow, heavy, tense, and then I kick my own ass. Like literally, I could kick my ass. Kicking myself, asking, why didn't I not see the signs earlier? Why was I not aware of this bullshit that I was putting my own self in earlier? And it was not because some people were like bad advice, or it's just a pattern within me that I was noticing, and the way I would react to certain stimulus and certain things triggered me. And I'm like, wait, whoa. Is that a good trigger for me to learn from, or is that a one that I need to leave and let go? And I don't need to bother with it. What is the lesson? What is the lesson? Sometimes, though, I like to reflect back. Like I did a lot of that today because I like to take accountability when I am hurting other people, because I don't mean to do it. It's not in me to deliberately be like, unless it's somebody who really fucking crossed me and like did something detrimental in my life, that I could just curse it out and vent and let it go and release and move on. If it's something I'm not being aware of, that I'm speaking or I'm coming across and it's not conscious to me, but it's coming out of me, it looks conscious. I want to be aware of it and I want to hold myself accountable to it to apologize properly. And I'd hope that a lot of you are in the same boat for wanting to do better and be a better human being. And it's just in the way maybe we need to word it or come about it in a different way. I just know that, holy crap, it took me a long time the last 3 days to like myself. Yeah, I helped some people, I'll go back to the high school age. I wasn't aware that I was a nasty son of a bitch. Did not know it until my friends pointed it out. In a polite, respectful way, went back at me with the same vitriol words that I was giving. and said, "What, how do you feel?" Holy crap, I'm so sorry. I did not want to project it out in that way. And here, let me clear myself up. And it gave that respect from me to my friends, like, thank you for pointing that out, for I was not aware, for we know not. Um, Sometimes we really don't know how we're coming across or how someone is perceiving you. I can't help the way other people take me in. That's why I'm going to be doing a disclaimer every time I come on, because especially when I'm doing cards or anything, I don't want anybody to think I'm trying to attack them or assume something or project onto somebody. If people don't take accountability for their energy, and that's all I'm doing is reading it, and you openly wanted a reading, that's all I can do. If I triggered something within you, you have two options: leave it or don't. You don't have to believe you chose your contract either. That was another big thing that I think that's what that mess came from. We're not conscious, ladies and gentlemen, we're not conscious of our contract. You're born with a veil. All of us are. Even some of us that have a bigger perspective of what our mission or why we're here, we still don't know the whole plan. We don't know every little dotted I and cross T and period at the end of a sentence. We don't know that. I sure damn don't. I don't know if I want to at this point. But you don't need to believe in that paradigm. I know for myself, I chose my circumstances. My story to me makes sense. That's all that matters. I just try to help people go with how I went about finding my truth and my truth. It doesn't need to be anybody else's. And I think that's the beautiful aspect. We all have our own truth, our own sense of being, our own humility and humanity about us. You don't need to believe that you chose your life, but it makes more sense. And for me, it takes me a bit to take accountability that I wrote it. I chose the pain, that I chose the suffering. And the only one I could blame is myself. But why would you choose such a thing? Because now I got to take the detached version of that and say, well, I chose to learn something specific in this life that I don't have to repeat anywhere else. That's one of the most biggest takeaways I could give and impart on all of you, is that we ask for certain things, whether they're pretty or not. It's the question of detaching from that feeling and saying, what the hell did I learn? What did I gain from this? Or what did I not gain? What do I not prefer so I don't repeat it again? For most part. For most part. But it's one of those, I try to come at what I do with respect, and that might not come across all the time. And that's something that I'll also want to clear up. Like, I'm not here to disrespect anybody. Everybody's entitled to their own perception and feeling of reality, and I'm just giving you mine, if that makes sense. And that's all we can do. We all perceive, feel, and experience this life differently. And we all have to choose the warrior in the garden path if we all want to get along. Pick and choose your battles. And there are people that are not going to be able to do that because they're not in the same frequency range as you, and that's okay. This is not a fucking Divergent. What's that other stupid movie? Uh, It'll come to me. But we're not at odds with each other. Even the people that are not shifting and moving up and they're just doing their day to day, they don't know. they're only coming at where they are at. And we all have to learn how to respect that. And I know it's not easy when it's like jabs and vile poison being spewed at you. But at least on my end, I just want everybody to know that I'm not trying to hurt anybody, um, at all. And I want everybody to get along, but I know that's not a reality that we can all adjust to. It's we're still in 3D and the energy is really fucking heavy right now. Um, it blows my mind. I know I also think there's a lot of people that don't realize, and I will raise my hand for this for my own self. Like sometimes divine has a way of circumnavigating things that we don't even comprehend in the moment. It's like divine orchestration happening through us in the moment, and there's no time to react. It just happens. Yeah. Yeah, listen, I went to art school and the professors there were no effing joke. And they're like, this is not going to always be your easel, by the way, and choose wisely. Like, what? Woo, okay, cool. And, you get the same crap in the middle of the room that everybody has to draw, but it's from your perspective that you draw it from. The side of the room, these big, massive apartments they made into classrooms, one side of the room could have had the sun, the other side of the room could have had some dimly clouds. And your way of shading, the way you approach your piece is going to be different, especially if it's, let's just say a bunch of crap in the middle of the room that's shiny. Your way you press your pencil against that paper is going to be different, and everybody's picture is going to be different because it's a 360 view. So yeah, El Sunray, absolutely. Um, and sometimes it's hard to take a step back and to look at the bigger picture to see why things were orchestrated the way they are. And that's not an easy thing to do when you might be the one caught up in the middle of it all. And this takes time. This does not happen overnight. Just taking the eagle eye view and then objectively, without a bias, seeing why the parts were playing the way they were. I'm off my fucking rocker. I can tell you that much, especially the last few days. Like I have not been sleeping properly. And it's not because I'm not tired. I'm just not able, and I've been playing Hertz. I've been on my grounding mat and it's just not grounding me. Um, yeah, I mean, but people also do things for, I don't know what their reasonings are. There's some, everybody has their own like intake, right? You intaking energy. And not everybody's going to perceive it properly. I know for me, it happens all the time. Like I'll do readings on other people's shows and then, I'm just giving my opinion and my perspective, and then I get attacked. Or even in my private life, I get so many people that message me, it's overwhelming and like crap, it get attacked. And then I just have to go block. Sorry, but no, you're crossing my boundary. you know, it's not this humanness is not easy to navigate whatsoever. And then add on the awareness levels and the perspective levels and all the energy. Guys, we've been hit by two CMEs. We've been hit with a ton of energy, and it doesn't necessarily is reflecting much in the Schumann resonance. Yeah, for sure. And I think that's why, like, the it is. And I also think that, you know, even if someone is a troll, like, they have motives. Like, when the truther thing was like in its infancy and everybody starting the channels and stuff, and I was one of those people that lost everything because I decided not to take this. And I was looking for like remote jobs. And I saw like content moderation. I'm like, oh, I do that all the time. What? I don't care watching someone else's nonsense and just moderating a chat and keeping it clean. I don't care if it's some opposing team. I don't care. I need money. And then when I read more into it, no, those people are getting paid to be agitators. And I decided not to take the job and rather have suffered with hunger than to sit in a chat and have to agitate people. That's not my Zen flow. No, thank you. There are people that get paid to go in the chat and to rile people up. I know we all know this, but there might be people that watch later on in life that don't know that. There is jobs that people get paid to agitate and to rile people up. Why? Hi, Mel. Hi, Terry. Yeah, it's sad because you want I don't know, for me I'm not naive. At the same time, I like to give people their grace sometimes, and I sometimes question intentions, and I also question people's motives. And sometimes I could see through it, and I like to play my own games, but not ones that are in a negative way. It's just disheartening. And when now I have a fuller picture of certain things that have taken place, and now I know the wiser. When I don't have a full picture, I can't put my finger on things to feel it out. Now I have a bigger picture. I see some of where some of the intentions are, and it's not good. I have not poured epoxy in a while. I do have it. I haven't poured it. Because my energy has been wonky, funky. I know a lot of you are in the liminal space like I am. I think I'm going through another really major rebirth, reset, recalibration, Phoenix rising on a next level, next level, next level. Um, Zoning out I'm getting clarity from upstairs, but not the clarity that I'm asking for, for sure. I'm not asking for it, but they're just giving me clarity. I'm like, what? And it's usually through my meditation or my dreams. Yesterday, walking, um, I just questioned everything. Am I in the right place? Like, where is my path taking me? I don't need to know all the answers. I don't need to know where I'm landing. I just don't, I've been in this in between way too long where I'm putting so much effort into things and I'm not seeing it collapse into reality. And then I start, and it's like it's not, it's realistic doubt. Am I on the right path? And it's not to poo-poo me, it's not to doubt me. It's to legitimately question, is this the right timeline that I want to experience? I said earlier, I don't think I landed on a particular timeline and stuck there enough to know, like, okay, now I could settle in now. And as soon as I try to settle into something, I elevate again. I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just I can't catch a break with, like, what do I need to do? Yes, absolutely. We could choose a positive, but in 3D, this is where I'm getting at. Like, is my choices going to help me put food on my table and make a future for myself? It's just me, right? I don't have another supporting body around me, taking half my bills and paying for that. Like, I could definitely do me. Cool. Yes, Arnie, absolutely. And that's what I do. I am my authentic self, and it isn't perfect. Actually, there was a shirt I saw. I keep seeing these shirts. They're so good. I saw a shirt earlier that said "Be your authentic self," but it said imperfect, meaning that we just need to show up as ourselves and come as authentic as possible. And when I'm doing that, I am not, and this is like just putting this out there, I am not trying to hurt anybody's feelings or be a part of someone else's, um, sometimes when we're with other people, hi, Danny. When we're with other people, sometimes we get wrapped up in their energy and they might be masking, and I'm just doing me. And it doesn't, it's not, I'm at ease. I'm not at ease with that. Um, and it makes me take a look and see where that needs to be course directed for sure. But our lovely, a lovely, beautiful soul, that doorbell that I had going off earlier, someone did an amazing thing. They had gems laying around and they sent me a whole goodie bag of beautiful, I know it's hard to see in the light, beautiful gems. And what I would like to do, because I need to disperse my energy field really bad. I tried all day. I don't know. I'm gonna probably have to take a detox bath with Hertz to clear me. Ooh, that is so pretty. Thank you. My original, the house that came, the doorbell that came with this house does not work. And I got a button, like you plug it in and then the button sings a signal, and I only have one little ringer. It's so fucking loud. And it was UPS. I thought it was the mail lady. I don't think my mail came yet. Uh, Hi Joshua. Hi Hi Chords. Hi guys. Hi Synthesized. Scott, you're onto something because yesterday when I got back from my walk to the post office, I was high in a good way. Like it was so beautiful out. It was breezy. It was not humid. I got like a lot of steps in. I was like, "Ooh, yay." And then as soon as I got in the house, I crashed. And then woke up crying. I've been super emotional too the last couple of days, this last 2 weeks. But like the last few days, it's like, is this the female changes happening within me? Is it the energies? Is it something I'm not aware of around me that I need to dispel? What's going on? Interesting. I mean, and when I say we're in a war of remembering, I think that we're all trying to remember at the essence of like who we are. And it seems like the energy is trying to take you away from that knowing that isn't coming for so many of us. I've been feeling that at least. Like obviously when you're in a void, the liminal space of like the old self is kind of gone, just about ready to release, and the new self hasn't been birthed yet, and you're in this state of confusion, in this state of I don't even know what to put a name, like what word I can label it as, but we're in a state where like I have my sense of self, I know my authenticity, but my self is shifting. And I don't know in what direction it's shifting in. And it's not a scary thing, it's more of a confusion, like questioning self, is that how I want to react? Is that how I want to go about my word delivery? And that's been getting jumbled up in the last few weeks. Um Big time. No, it did not. I would say chords that I think a lot of us in this chat, I can only speak for the chat, and the chat could speak for themselves, to be blatantly honest. But I think we're all in the same account that we've been enslaved here in America and brainwashed probably worse than North Korea. It's an illusion. And this is my personal belief, I don't think we voted for any president, and half of the offices that we have in these towns, they're all installed. It's all about money. And it's a social experiment. I know New York City is a huge social experiment. It's been one for the dawn of time. I know plenty of people that still live there, and there's like the Pfizer building is collapsing. Everybody's sitting on the corners of the street and sitting on people's property, going, "Oh my God, the building's collapsing!" Like, what is that? What? Okay, cool. The most hated place is going down. But do we care that there's millions of people walking the streets and working next door in the next building over? Yee. Come on, we already experienced 9/11. Let's not go back there. So yeah. Yeah, and I think for anybody that's here in America and people that and the good thing about I haven't really been on my social media. I mean, it looks like I'm on, but I'm not. I just leave it on. The things that I do get to see, just in all the stupid spammy ads I get, the World Cup, as much as I don't watch football, soccer, one thing I can say, the people from Europe and whoever came to America to watch their team play, their perception of America changed once they were here. Once they actually did not feed into the feeds of their country depicting Americans in the way that we are stereotyped. And people actually came here and had an amazing time, had amazing experiences, got to meet amazing people and long-lasting friendships over a sport, right? Entertainment. But the takeaway is that they were even saying, like, our media blasts you guys into being something you're completely not. Nothing but from the most of the feeds that I've been getting, like, and these are offshoot feeds, that people were like, this is not what I thought America was because this is not what I was fed my whole life. And I mean, the same could be said for us going to another country. We're told some shit about all these countries. And I'm not saying the ones that we already know, us American people with good intuition know that there's certain countries you just don't go to. You'll not a good experience, right? We all know those places. I don't need to name them. But generally, when we're going to certain places, whether a tourist or just visiting and trying to stay in the ninja background, I think those countries, like our depiction of those countries changed because we hear so many like, we bash Americans and did. Set this size. Could you put your link in to my chat or the comment section so I could pin you under in my link section? I'm here to help. I will show you guys. I didn't even get to read the beautiful 7/7 portal stuff today. We got a lot of that going on. But I just want to show you guys something near and dear to me. So, hi, we all know this is Allison's little channel right here, my little channel. Look at Miss Freya and the catnip pierogi, super cute this morning. But down all the way on the bottom of my page, I kind of revamped my page. So here's the people that I support. Here's Miss Divine Sunflower Tarot. There's Mr. Arnie. There's Mr. Scott. I can add your channel down here and people can come find you. And then you can go click on their channel. And there's Arnie and his beautiful music videos, which this music video right there brought me back. Timothy Leary was brought back in Allison's brain. I loved it. But these are the people I love to support and I love them. And this is something we can definitely awesome. Hang on to your hats. Why won't that not clickies for me? Hang on. There it goes. Hang on. Hang on. I'm just making sure. Is this your channel? Just making sure. Awesome. I don't really vote, so. Oh, that's awesome. Yay. So the next time I go to the cat cafe, I will ask the lady how many cat pierogies she has. So cat pierogies are handcrafted and they're made and it supports it's the second chance rescue, the cat rescue. They do dogs too. It's a rescue that they give the cats to the cat cafe for adoptions. So they make these pierogies. Um, I know the owner. I could see how many I can acquire, and then I can give them to you guys. Catnip pierogies are amazing, and Freya really loves them, but they don't last that long. If you know how to, I don't know, I'm not the best anymore with a needle and thread, but like it does die out. But I keep them in a I only bought 3 for her because it was a sale. It was like 3 for 5. And I put it in a Ziploc bag so that the catnip doesn't fade away in time. Hi, Miss Hazel. Yeah, it's just catnip and but the whoever does them just gets like material and makes stuffs them with the catnip and they're really cute and the purpose of it is to support the rescue. So the Cat Cafe has a website. The second, they don't have like a merch store. Like it's like more that you go. The Cat Cafe doesn't have a merch store. You just go in and they have this stuff available because it's not. It's mostly handmade stuff. Um, but I could definitely go when I go there next because the post office is right next door, and I'm waiting on something and I do have to go back to the post office. So I could the Cat Cafe is right next door. So that's still down the block. I could do it. Miss Allison needs to lose some weight, which I'm not having any luck with. Walking, moving house, moving the stuff in my house. I'm not moving. Um, the lawnmower I have to do tomorrow. But I have an angel here. This is an angel mold. It's so hard to see. I don't know if you could see the wings over here. Kinda. But you pour epoxy upside down, so it goes like that. And the dress is here. What Allison is thinking after I sage all of this is to connect all the gems via I have it in my brain, but this is a little too thick and I don't know where my smaller spool is. Maybe it's back here. No, that's just a piece. Whoopee. I got a thicker one, so we're gonna have to work with what I have at the moment. But I want to wrap the gems and make something and then insert it into the angel and then pour. That makes sense. That's all I need to lose, Miss Sid, is 10 pounds. A little, maybe like 15. I'm not like, let's just like talk women for a second. Sorry, guys. But guys, you should know about this too. I was asking upstairs, why did I infuse this change now when my soul is shifting too? Like, why are you making this harder than it needs to be? Um, the brain fog for me has been real. No, and I'm not fat. And that's the thing. Like, I'm not that hungry anymore. I used to, 3 years ago, before I moved to Indiana, I lost everything to COVID. And for almost a year, 2 years almost, was eating once a day out of preserving what I was getting because people were donating food to me. I couldn't afford food plus bills plus just keeping the lights on in the house. So everything was not managed properly. And I shrunk my stomach really small for a reason. I come here, hit 40, yay, and I started gaining healthy weight back. And then this year happened. And then I'm like, okay, like I'm walking over and like when I'm working, I at least hit more than 9 to 10,000 steps a day working at my job. It's high intensity moving around all day. And I'm like, why am I not losing weight? Here and again, I'm like, oh, I look like I have a boo-boo belly in there. I have a fat belly. Never had one like that. Maybe once. And that's when the thyroid died. And then I started cleaning up once again, doing the detox and cleaning up my diet a bit and swapping things out for other things. Nothing's working. I'm being patient with myself though. I'm trying different types of things. I've been drinking water I have tea infused in it because I'm not the biggest water drinker. So now tea makes me want to drink because I'm like, ooh, it's tea. But like all this, like I'm nonstop, like I'm not hot. I'm just oily and sweaty. And so I have this on because it catches the back underneath here. What is witching? So back in my heyday, I used to be a dancer. I mean, I was a ballerina. I did tap, jazz, lyrical, modern, hip hop for years. I was like a dance mom show. I was the one competing all across the eastern United States. We would get in our little, caravan and go to New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Connecticut. We used to go all over the place and dance all over the place. And then when my arthritis kicked in, I stepped a step back, but I was a lifeguard, so I was always swimming. I was always swimming. So I kept in shape that way, and it kept my body a-okay because I'd have to lift people out of a pool. It's training. It's different. And then I became a Zumba instructor when I gained a lot of weight and it was from my thyroid. I'm like, oh, I could do Zumba and I could teach it. Awesome. And yeah, this little white girl right here can shake her booty. And samba and cha-cha, cumbia. I can do a lot of that. And I still can. As you get older, yikes. Yeah, and that's my problem right now. I'm okay with my, my frame. It's how uncomfortable I feel in clothes. I lived with two, like my mom and dad were obese. And I was always this little skinny thing. And I always said to myself, I'll never get to that size, not because I'm shaming them. It's just because I see how uncomfortable and how painful it is to carry all of that around. Um, for myself, I'm not in that pain zone, or I'm just more uncomfortable with how it feels. And I'm like, okay, I can't keep buying clothes. I got to do something about that. I drink lemon water. Um, I've been taking beef organ. Right now I'm on a little bit of a different type of, like a liver and kidney detox because my back has been acting up, but that's also hormones. Which sun? It's a good question. The solar sun or not? Okay, back to we're gonna do spiritual cachet because I think we all need to hear this. The 7-7 portal, but this is not about portal. This is just quantum fun. For a long time, your presence came at a cost, not in the ways anyone else could see, but quietly beneath so much of what you called love. There was an unspoken belief that your worth was measured by how much you could carry for everyone else. Rescuing, fixing, absorbing what wasn't yours. Not because anyone asked you to, because somewhere along the way, it became the way you learned to matter. But love was never asking for your exhaustion, and care was never asking you for your disappearance. The deepest gift you can offer anyone isn't everything you can carry. It's the wholeness you bring when you no longer believe you have to. Perhaps that's what has changed or has been changing. Not how deeply you love, how deeply you remain while loving. You stop measuring your presence by what it cost you and begin recognizing that your presence isn't, your presence itself has always been the gift. And that's the thing, like, I'm not eating as much. Like, I have one meal a day. One. And I cook my food. Like, I make food. I'm not eating out of the box. And I was to put weight on. But now I make everything fresh as best as possible, or like I'll make it and freeze it. But I'm not out of a box anymore. Unless it's tea and it comes in a box. But Alexander Quinn, getting to this love, it's true to an extent, just my perspective. A lot of us were modeled what love looked like. by our parents and the people that were in our arena, people that are around you, shaped how you felt, experienced, and absorbed what love is. All of us feel it differently, experience it differently, know it differently. Things are in our dichotomy are changing right now. And just being you, unfiltered, unhinged, people have to love you for where you're at. Not all of us are in the best places, but it's the unconditional love for self that matters the most. And a lot of us were giving our power away because that's all we knew how to do, because that's what was modeled to us. And in the Arantia book the other day, I read about how Jesus was giving Jude, like Jude was being horrible, and is a big threat to the family, right? And this is just the Urantian perspective. And Jesus sat there and it's like, just patience. He's going to find his own way. And if not, it's his consequences. He says the same thing, oddly enough, in the Pistis Sophia. Jesus' apostles in Pistis Sophia were like, well, that guy keeps making these transgressions or keeps doing something wrong that's egregious, moralistically. I don't know. For some of us, we won't find that egregious, like certain actions. And Jesus kept coming back to the apostles and saying, forgive, release, let go. Let them learn. They haven't learned yet. They will, in time, learn. And each time the same soul would come back with some other different thing. And Jesus kept going back at them and saying, in time, it will be released. Patience. You're so ready to judge and snap at somebody just trying. People, and people can also repent in a, yeah, right, I'm repenting my sins, and just keep going at the same cycle. That's right, Sparky. This girl does those leg bounces. I do scissors. I have a strong core, but with a bunch of chunk over it. And then I got the cellulite, like chunky thighs happening. The thunder thighs are starting to come in. And I'm like, oh, is this all the beautiful part of aging? That's just what I'm equating it to. Thankfully, no one has to see me undressed, and we're okay. Right, but you know what? Oh, and I know you're like framing it to America, but it's any country and culture. People, their patriotism is going to spin a different story. Um, a lot of our world is under a spell. It's under an illusion, and it's not just America. We're getting enlightened every day, and a few of us have been outside of that enslavement in terms of we're aware of it. We got to play with it just like everybody else. Um, unless you want to be on the corner. And then that's a whole nother story. Oh, I'm not alone. And I'm happy I'm not alone. Because there's, and I hate to say this, but there's now more commercials, at least I get, for all these stupid products. And I'm like, well, okay, so what's the I look at the ingredients that they put into their stuff, and then I just find it cheaper and and do it that way. I'm not paying $80 for a bottle of what they can claim is miracle, and it's not. Everybody's body functions differently. But this is probably what got some people triggered earlier today. That's why I was getting so much hate. We chose to be here, whether it's a prison planet or not. We have to make it the way we want it. And we got to sit in our energy and realize we create our own reality. And this is why we're here, is to create a better one. But it takes all of us. It's not just one person thinking a good thought. It takes a lot of people thinking good thoughts and changing it and putting action into motion. You're still in 3D. I could wish upon a star all day long. That doesn't mean it's going to give me my wish in this lifetime. Um, a lot of the different I'm very sensitive to mushrooms. Um, and any type of mushroom. That's why I have not done the plant medicine form of it. I have my allergy is sensitive to certain fungi. And even if it's like, cooked out or put into things, like I do get a reaction to a lot of different types of mushrooms, and I just don't want to play Russian roulette with something healthy, I'm sure. But yeah, is it though? Are people that are it's a it's okay. He doesn't understand. There's a lot of alien soulmates around in human form, for sure. Um, a lot of us are here. I still have yet to watch it, and I don't think I will. It's because something that my mother impressed upon me when she channeled through me that one episode, to thank everybody. My mother, through me, said that it's not what you think. What we are given and told, and the depictions of what these things are, sure, some of them are legitimate, and then there's a lot that are not. And it's not what we think. So I don't want to give any you know, a lot of us are. without us even knowing. Some of us know we're starseeds. Some of us might be hybrids and we don't even know it. And I'm not here to judge you if you do or you don't. You have a conscious, you're a breathing being. Whether you want to hear it or not, you're divine. There's some people that just have a lot of layering of black clothing that hides their light and has been hidden either because they willfully did it or because they were born that way and they don't know any better. A lot of people don't realize that it's modeling good behavior. It's going out and doing good works and being a good person. When we separate ourselves from everybody else and our unique differences is when we get caught up in the 3D illusion of separation and limitation. If it breathes, even the plants are divine. The animals are divine. They're just running off of instincts. The last couple of days, for shits and giggles, I've been watching men put the craziest bugs to their forearm and getting stung and screaming. Why am I watching this? Just pure entertainment. I don't know. Just to see what these bugs are capable of. I don't know, but bugs are like aliens to me too. You know, it's really funny. Some of the comments would have made me so triggered a few, maybe two, let's just say 4 years ago, I would have been really like, not anymore. Because it's bred in circuses. It's central casting. I don't know why people take so hard of a stance on politics when it's an eagle with two wings of the same bird. Whether you glorify one side or not, they're both corrupt as hell. And us Americans are aware, a lot of people are aware. I can't say every American, but a big chunk of us are aware of that. And the movie has to play itself out. I'm an Aries. I'm a third decan Aries with a Virgo rising and a Gemini moon. And then a lot of Taurus placements and a lot of Saggy placements. I'm fire and air, and it's not pretty, with a little bit of ground. Yikes. No water. Really, barely any water in my chart. Not in the significant portions of it, at least. My beautiful sage. And not the singing bowl. Holy smokes, my phone's like blown up. We're ignoring. Yeah, I'm at the end of Aries. I'm not on a cusp, but I'm right before the cusp. I don't mind showing my chart. We got a 7-7 portal in here. Where's my chart? Is that my natal? Yes. I'm just going to expand this a smidgen. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you right now. I know there's a bunch of people that live in the 13-month paradigm, and I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but it doesn't make sense for me. Reason being, I inhabit Aries pretty the sun portion of it. Wow. Crazy. Like I exhibit those qualities that an Aries has. I also exhibit a lot of my rising sign. Gemini is a moon, wonky, but that's right, Sparky. I will share with you this. I still have to find my Mayan for Miss Sid. I need to get that for you because I want you to do it. I did an episode, I don't remember when it was last year. I still have to find it. About the Mayan chart. I'm gonna see if I can go through it as I talk. But here's Allison's chart. So my sun's in Aries, moon in Gemini, Mercury Taurus, Venus Gemini, Mars Taurus, Jupiter Sag, Saturn in Scorpio FML, Uranus in Sag, Neptune in Sag, Pluto is in Libra. That's also a yike. My true node is in Gemini. My Decan node is in Sag. My Chiron is in Taurus. Great. That's where we're in right now. Um, here's where my minor stuff in the Greek. I don't know what that is, but it's in Scorpio. Ventrix is in Pisces. Lilith is in Aquarius. Ceres is in Aquarius. Pallas is in Capricorn. Juno is in Pisces. Vesta is in, I think that's Aries. Eris is in Aries, yeah. Algo is in Taurus. So like all my minor and meeny miny placements are not anywhere chill. Right. So like Astro DINST, it's astro.com. I don't know, I've never been outside of the country. But this is the astro.com. I got this for free. So the biggest thing I would say is to know the time you are born. If you do not, just try to estimate because it does make a difference. And and to be honest with you guys, I only got this birth chart when I was 36, I want to say. I didn't find out what time I was born until I was in my late 30s because it was not on my birth certificate. It was on my adoption papers, and I happened to find my adoption papers. And that's where I found out what time I was born. I didn't know nothing about my birth besides I was born, my birthday, and that was it. Which is sad because we shouldn't be harming anybody, whether you hate them or not. I think that's the biggest division cause in the world, and that's what's holding us as a society of humanity back. I don't have to like other people's countries, dictators, presidents, monarchs, whatever have you. I would never wish any harm on any of them because that karma comes right directly back to you. No, thank you. I have, and there's been other like sites I tried out for free um where they read your palm, and they kind of astral, what is that called? Astrocartography. I was looking into that a little bit. Everything places me in Russia. I'd be happy in Russia. I'm not gonna lie. There's a portal in Russia that my beings took me to some ages ago to get to Asgard outside of the wall firmament. I was born at 4:31 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in Albany, Georgia. It's the Gary of Indiana. Yep. Yeah, I don't, you see, that's the thing. I don't know. When I got the chart done, I did it from like other people telling me about it, what's free. There's a lot of good sites out there, and probably a little bit more, with the lines and kind of reading it out for you. That's just, it's not really reading it for you. It's just telling you your degrees and stuff like that. Yeah, there is but the cooler let me go to my channel, and I have to find, because it's going to help all of you if you are interested in it. It's the Carol Maureen Friesen. She has a Light Workers Institute in Costa Rica. She, I want to say it's my spiritual soul advices. Sorry. All right, hang on. I might have put it in the title. That's why I'm looking. You know what, Charlene? I was not as, impacted by not knowing, because I didn't have my time. So I really could not really ever get my chart plotted out properly. So it wasn't ever a thing. It's like an added bonus for me to understand myself. Um, going through not knowing for such a long time. That's been one of those things, not knowing. And I've had that not knowing for half my entire life up till this point. I did not know my birth. I did not know my parents, my story. I didn't know any of it. I had to make it up, just to make it make sense to my head. And then, the curiosity killed the cat for sure. I just want the thing so I could tab onto it and get to it. Yeah, my birth. So the sad part about being adopted and being in a closed adoption, literally, there's no. It was my adoptive mother named me. It was her information on there, and it was just from the state of Georgia, not my adoption agency, not anything else. My adoption papers, I got to find out the reason why I was adopted. Uh, Sorry, Dad. It was his fault. Not necessarily his fault. It was all divine orchestration. But my medical records from my birth was in there. I was a little shocked because I came out with I did not come out the best. Let's just say that. I was a mess. I was a mess. but a fixable mess. And uh no, my astrology doesn't rule me. It actually just makes things make sense when they're happening. And it's not an excuse. It's not to, offshoot like, oh, Mercury in the microwave, it's happening again. I just say that laxly, but it's up to us to control our life, our reactions, our mindsets. It's mastery of self that we all came here to do. We all came here to master ourselves. I can't believe I did all these videos. Oh my God. And a lot of us took the journey of getting off the carrot on a stick and caring about outside of us. Of course, it shapes us, it affects us, but how much power are you giving to it? Because I'm like just reading the titles of what I've written in the last couple of years, and a lot of it is about getting off the carrot on the stick and go inside yourself. Narratives and programs and shadow and dense energies. I mean, we've been feeling this for a long time. I've been listening here and there to some astrologers, um, just out of curiosity. And again, it's all about perspective and interpretation. Uh, and that's, I think, another big issue when we're just where we are, where we're at in terms of our energy. We're all different spots of awareness, of knowing, of experience, of walking through life, and each and every one of us has a story. And to have a stranger interpret that, sometimes it could be amazing, and at other times it's what they're interpreting and it isn't a full picture or right. Yeah, not everybody needs it. I don't know, Charlene. And here's the thing, some people, for me, I like to dabble and dibble in everything, so I have an awareness of what works with me and what does not. I'm not big, I mean, I talk about astrology all the time, but ask me to read your chart and do with that, I can't do that. That's not my wheelhouse. I understand it. I could conceptualize it for myself, but to do it for another person, I no. The same thing with gems. I have a beautiful relationship with gems. I love touching them. I know how to put my energy and infuse my energy and to program these beautiful little pieces of consciousness. There's consciousness in the rocks, I'm telling you. The frequency that is emitted out of these, when you go to a rock store, I don't even say touch anything, put your hands over and see if you feel anything. Little. I do the same thing with the cards. For me, everything is with my touch. I could shuffle the cards and I will get a zap of a vibration off of the cards, knowing that's what needs to be pulled. Same thing. I mean, once in a while, I'll pull my pendulums out. Sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. Oracle cards are my tool. It's what I channel the best out of. But there's people that can scry out of water. They put bowls of water and they can see things. I have crystal balls. I got all of that. I got dowsing rods. I get the whole gamut of stuff. But not everything works with my energy. And for me, astrology is just a tool. It's insightful. I get excited about it because it's more learning for me. I like to learn. I love learning. It's a beautiful thing. I love when I'm reading books and I'm like, it's like doing a video review and like the person's watching a music video for the first time and like gets blown away. I get that like with books. Yeah, I love when I'm in, obviously when I lived in New York, there were amazing gem stores. I mean, and you could tell the energy of, eh, these people are just there to sell it for a profit. And then the people that had the stores that were selling it because they want to help people heal and for the right intentions. I'm not saying that that's every store I've walked into, but there are a few that are like that. Um, you could tell when people are there to sell you something because it has energy and people mark up prices and it's, people have to make rent money. I get it, especially in cities, but a lot of spiritual ego there too. Come on, Sage Light. There we go. So I just hold the stones over the smoke. And then after I make my little creation that I'm going to put into the angel, I will clear it out and put it in the windowsill. I do a whole thing. Every time I do a pyramid, it takes me a long time because I'm sitting with the crystals in my hands with full intention. I'm meditating over them. Right now, I'm just clearing. And not to say they came from a bad place, but anything going through the mail, you never know what it picks up. So it's fun. I hope I put it in the title. I really do. I want everybody to be able to go and do their own. Where are you? And my stuff is not in order. Ah, no. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. I really want this Mayan calendar. It's like an oracle kind of thing, and it gives you like it's incredible. And it's another tool, and it's just really I don't know, for me it's fun. I have some Ashiana Dean stuff in here. I'm gonna kick myself. Guys, I'm gonna kick myself. How? How? I'm seeing if it's in my title here. Not this one. No, I'm definitely going to send, I'm definitely going to post it when I find it. I'm not going to hang on all night but basically I'm a red resident Skywalker. So I'm here like, it's also about being a prophet and bridging heaven to earth. And it's a really interesting, it's a very interesting kind of way it goes about it. It's really fun. Oh, that's the one I talk about the medium. I've been dying to find it. Hmm. All right, I will look for it later. But anywho, no, we don't want to do that. Hang on. So what I'm trying to find is the Mayan has a calendar, the Maya have a calendar, and then they have their own galactic keys that just kind of go through your archetype and it equates your birthday and other things just like an astral chart will do. It will chart you specific things that make you up, and it's amazing, by the way. 7 July. The 7/7 portal amplifies introspection. I've been there and here. Spiritual inquiry. I'm here. Hidden knowledge and truth seeking, while Neptune stations retrograde on this same day. Turning your perception inward, reopening up the deeper questions around who you are and what you truly want for your life. I've been here. I'm here. And this carries another layer, and here's all the numbers. My brain doesn't read. Frequency where the wisdom of 7 moves through the heart center lessons of 6. The realm of values, responsibility, and choices required to create true harmony within yourself. Under this portal, your psychic senses heighten, and you may begin receiving telepathic communications with certain individuals, silent exchanges of energy, thoughts, or feelings that reach you before a single word is ever spoken. This portal is not asking you to escape reality, but to finally see it clearly, allowing what you discover within yourself to reshape your standards. Awaken your inner power and guide you to create your next timeline alongside the universe from within. I mean, what has the topic of discussion have been for today is like going within and the wonkiness of like reshaping who you were to what you're becoming, and the lines are blurred and the emotions are heightened and the angst. Yeah! Well, thank you guys. I don't know how the jewel thing works, but I appreciate you guys. I'm like behind the scenes really ignorant on that fun. But thank you. I know someone else did the jewels before. Oh my God, there's like another bag of, oh my God, there's so many goodies. Woo-hoo-hoo! I'm only doing big chunks at the moment because I can hold them. But I think that's seriously what I've been talking about the last couple of days is how I have been in a void of like, what the is this hormones? Is it what am I feeling, experiencing, and not being able to shake? And then looking at myself and trying to hold myself accountable to, okay, did I do something wrong, or what am I doing that I need to recapitulate? What do I need to do to be a better human being or to be received and not misunderstood? Oh, I see it. We love trolls. Unfortunately, this troll's been here for a long time. I don't know why now. Maybe. I don't like to judge. I try not to. Just people. What kind of music do I like? That's a question. Grind, heavy metal, black metal. I like Norse, folk, like Wardruna, Helong, Donahem, Runel. My stage don't want to light. What is going on? So I like a lot of different kinds of music. I'm not necessarily heavy metal's my go-to for sure. But I lived on Staten Island for half my life and Wu-Tang for life. Wu-Tang. I met some of those guys at the mall while they were shopping for clothes and fun stuff. And Method Man and Redman are amazing. They're super down to earth and awesome people. As long as you respect their space and, there we go. Got some sage smoke going on. Yeah, Arnie makes music. I like the 70s and 80s rock as well. Arnie's music is amazing. Well, I'll definitely check yours out too. I mean, I taught Zumba. I like a lot of different types. The only music that I have a hard time jiving with is country. Or the country that's all like religiously and to Jesus, because Jesus is within me. And I do sign language, by the way. I have to get back into it. Yeah, I'm one of those that I could listen to anything. I'm not a pop person. Sorry, like In Sync. I was a New Kids on the Block girl, but I grew very quickly out of that phase. Very quickly out of the Britney Spears era. Nope. Um, I'm all about Cannibal Corpse and Deicide and Nile. And mosh pitting, I listened to some very nefarious band names. Flesh God Apocalypse. Yeah, I'm one of those people. And my stuff, I don't expect any, unless you're really into metal and grind, I don't expect anybody to like my music. I don't want you to like my music. It takes an ear to hear what I listen to. Um, but a lot of people don't like they can't hear the lyrics, and some of that stuff I can hear it. And yeah, it's intense. But getting back to like all this, you see, there's a lot of planets going retrograde right now too, which I think is another reason why a lot of us are feeling very heavy. Besides the CMEs, beside we're getting accelerated, some of us, not everybody. Today, Neptune stations retrograde, and it asks the most honest question of the year. Are you living the life you actually want, or the one that looks right to everyone else? This is not a crisis, it is a clarity. Neptune retrograde strips away illusion gently, like a fog lifting, until what is real and what is performed becomes obvious. Sit with that today, not with fear, with curiosity. The life that is truly yours is still available. You just have to be honest enough to choose it. And I'm going to be honest. That's what I've been confronting within myself the last couple of days. What do I want for myself? I love doing this. This brings me so exciting. My highest excitement, it's a passion. It makes me happy. Like I was in the funk earlier and I'm completely like all that negative energy, all that release happened when I put the camera on and I'm just being me. Doing my artwork makes me super freaking excited and happy. Reading oracle cards makes me excited and really happy. So this is what I want to be doing. And it's a life that I can maintain until it becomes where I don't have to do anything else. But my life, eventually if I had, more time, which I have now, I've been seriously at it making images and like editing them out and going, well, I don't like that one. Let's go try a different approach. You're not seeing much, but there's a lot going on during my day that I'm just creating. And then I'm taking my creations and editing them to see what might be something that people would like. And 4D, get ready because you're going to get swarmed with t-shirt ideas. And just, putting myself out there authentically and doing what I love. And I think all of you guys need to be doing that. And not everything is meant to abundance and prosperity doesn't necessarily equate to finances. Are you happy? I killed my lighter. Are you happy? When I look at my job and doing what I do with the little kids, I'm authentically happy, even though it's a rough day, even though it is a really hard job. I love what I do with those kids. I love the impact I make on those kids. I really do. It's my heart. If I only took one day off this year, and that not that I really wanted to, and the kids weren't in, I love what I do. And if I didn't love it, I wouldn't do it. sometimes we choose to do things because it's life or death, and it's completely understandable. Every job that I've ever held taught me much more, and I wasn't making bank, but the experience outweighs the wealth tenfold. I'm serious. You got to do what makes you happy. And sometimes we have to put our pride down and our happiness to the side sometimes to make life happen for us. But why can't we try to do it a different way? If we all poured our passions into doing what makes us happy, yeah, the universe is going to supply you back, but it might not be where it's expected. Because we all expect, I want money, I want my money and I want it now, JG Wentworth. Sure. But is it about the money? Not all the time. Right. And I've come very humble to understand both sides of that coin. Oh my God, El Sunray. I have to laugh at that. That's hilarious. um, I'm gonna say I been to one church for not for a funeral. Oh, was it a baptism? I'm not good with religion, but I've been to church more than I have been to temple. And Allison was raised in a Jewish household. The only time I was ever forced to go to temple was when my cousins got bar and bat mitzvahed. Otherwise, not interested. I just had to show up to be respectful. Um, yes, I'm clearing gems. These beautiful, beautiful gems makes me so happy. Now I got to figure out what fits in my angel. Some of these I can use in a pyramid, which I'm getting itchy to do more of them. But as we see, I have a collection besides Lego Tux right behind me. I still have a lot of pyramids. I don't want to make too much more. My house is overly cluttered as it is. Copper. I don't have one of my wire cutters either. I am very unprepared today, but scissors will do. I know there have been requests for me to make coil, like what I did with my Merkaba, and coil the gems and make a wind chime kind of thing or a hang. I'm not there yet. I still have to learn the art of coiling. Not necessarily jewelry making. I used to make jewelry back in the day. But copper, like if the kids want to play with it, I have to make sure that I have something tugged around it because sharp. Okay, so I need, this is the head where my finger is. It's a pretty angel. I feel like it's more Christmassy, but we're gonna go with it. Um, hmm. Now I gotta test gems here. Oh, that's gonna be down there. I want a colory stone. That doesn't reach her head. Let's go through all of these beautifuls. So when you guys do, if you go and tempted to get into epoxy, because you have to put the stones, the mold upside down, you have to give a little layer of epoxy first. And then you have to put like a popsicle stick and your wire to let it sit in without sinking, or else you'll get a breach. And I can tell you, I have a million of them in a lot of my artworks. Here is a breach. Right here. That didn't break. That's a breach. Because I have copper wire right there, and the epoxy did not reach in the mold. I know that's kind of hard to see. I'll put it on my head. So I don't sell these breached ones. This is a ring holder. But it can get sharp. So you got to be really careful if you're tempted. And I'm epoxy is really fun, but if you fudgies up, it's really hard to unfudgy it up. Just saying. I don't know what how do you, I don't even know how to say that. Pictures? I'm just shooting the breeze. That's all I do. And create. Ooh. Ooh. Well, this fit, because this is pretty. But can I get it to stick in the head? If I were to pour. That's the question. No, it's not going to stay. I need a little guy. See the conundrum, guys? It becomes a conundrum. And I don't know why I'm sure, like, epoxy's really good when you get the hang of what you're doing. Well, that works. Okay. Most of us are earth angels. Most of us are earth angels. Some of us are archangels. Some of us are multidimensional. Most of us are all of it. Ta-da! Wee, wee, wee. But we're not done. Look how pretty that geode is. Send me an angel. Woo, woo, woo. Right now. Right now. So the idea is I'm going to make like a tree, like you see those money trees. right? That has a copper line. And I'm going to I'm going to play around with the composition of the copper though. And it's going to be inside the angel. When I pour, you're going to see the gems shaped like the angel. I'm trying, at least that's the attempt, right? Allison's not a perfect artist, and I try not to be a perfectionist. Oh, thank you, Hazel. I'm going to be very, very honest. And Alison Ray, me and you are also like, I did not necessarily was skeptical about any of that because of all the experiences. Hi, Justo of Madness. Hi. I wouldn't believe any of the crap that was coming out of my mouth about being multidimensional until I couldn't deny it anymore. And I had mediums pick up on my guides that are me. Your guides are you, just in the infinitude that you are. I showed the chart the last show. Not to discourage anybody, it's just we got to remember our parts of ourselves, and not all of them are meant to be found in this life. But the ones that are significant to us, we will find in this life. And that's my belief. The star seed affinities that people have to, whether it's Orion, stop allowing other people to dictate to you what you feel inside you. I have to say that a million times. I'll say it again. Not every star system, because other people project it's evil. I bet you there's beautiful beings on Draconis. But you wouldn't know that because, oh my God, the Draco, they're going to eat your soul. And they're going to eat the kids and you're going to do this and that. Okay, not all of them. Just like America, just like the world, we've been programmed to shoot first, ask questions later. Because it looks scary doesn't mean it is scary. You know, it's like I worked in a tattoo parlor in my 20s. And the biggest misconception about people that look rough and scary and like burly and that they're going to kill somebody, they got that look to them, they're the biggest sweethearts ever. I know the first time I drove to Indiana and I happened to stop in Ohio at a Love's I've never been to, and it was like kind of late at night. Like the biker gang that was there was really intimidating. And I went inside the store to get a bottle of water, go to the bathroom, and walk around a little bit to get my muscles up. They bought me a drink and they helped me fill up my gas tank, and they didn't want anything in return, and they were not looking for anything. They're just being humbly nice people. In the tattoo parlor, same thing. Guys, girls sleeves up and just looking freakish. I dated one of them once upon a time. You could put your fist through a hole. Beautiful souls. We tend to judge people based off of what they look like. I'm gothic. I can't hide that. That's me. And I'm not taking that sense of me away. Me flat. Do I want to bring it over here? Woo! So yeah, I should wrap it around, Allison. Yes. I'm talking to myself. And I do. It's a healthy thing. Talk to yourselves. have to add more. Hopi wire. But yeah, I would say that a lot of us are figuring out who we are. And it's not just a humanness that we're trying to figure out. It's more than that. In Norse culture, and if you've ever watched the Vikings, in the show, Odin is a wanderer. Odin takes form and appears as some burly, guy on the scene, just walks in and just wants to see his people, treat him with humility and respect. And they don't know who he is. He looks like a beggar from the, next town over. You don't know what beings are in a human form. You don't. And it's a test. My medium, the one that transcended, this is a fun story. The first time I went to this guy was in a shop. Metaphysical shop just opened, and they were putting like a deal for the mediums to be seen. And I made an appointment because it was rather cheap, but I was going to tip really high. And the medium was kind of blown away by my energy. And then I did a private session with him for a second time. And he said to me, he's like, I just want you to know that one of my guides had to step away. So you have to let me recalibrate a little bit. I'm like, what are you talking about? Your guide stepping away? What, did I do something wrong? And he goes, no, my guide happens to be reptilian. I'm like, okay, so what's the problem? Like I don't read it. Like, obviously, if you're a good person, if you have a reptilian guide, I'm not judging you. Reptilians, it's a species. And not all of it, just like humans, not all of us are good and not all of us are bad. And he's like, well, my guide is intimidated by yours. I'm like, oh, sorry. And that's when I really started to take in the weight of that statement. We are so much more than we give ourselves credit for. That, and I have spirit with me right now, so I don't know which one, but look, I'm tearing up. We're so much more than this body. And for some reason, a lot of people doubt what we are. And it's not just being divine. It's not just claiming an egoic title or label, because it's more than that. It's just for us as a human, that's how we can put it in our heads to make it make sense, right? Like we will eventually be telepathic and understand at a higher capacity all of this. But in the meantime, we're human and we have a limited capacity of understanding. Even the most expanded on minds still isn't where they are. We are so much more. And we got to take a credibility to the fact that you can't stop denying yourself. Even if you don't believe anything I am saying. Why would I want to be a part of be on earth just to know that this is like the YOLO of my soul, and that as soon as my body drops dead, I'm nothing. What the hell then is the meaning of life? And from a Satanist point of view, that's what they believe. Some, not all. A lot of other people believed in the same. My mother believed in that until I showed her it's not true. Our energy transforms. It doesn't die. It transforms. Energy doesn't go anywhere. We create the demons through our thoughts of negativity. We create a lot of these outside circumstances with our heightened emotions, with our angst. We don't know that we're doing it because you can't see it. But it's there and it affects people. This is a lifetime that we're taking it all back. The good parts and the bad parts, and we are alchemizing those parts. And it is not a pretty process by any stretch of the imagination. But once you get to understand the aspects of you that are beyond this body, it hits you in a different way. It really does. Because the responsibility, I was hit with this responsibility earlier on in my life. I knew I was different. I just didn't know how different. And not in a bad way, but different. Like I have and hold a responsibility that is way beyond my comprehension. It's not to put it in front of somebody and shove it in your face and go, I know what I am. No, 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 no. Do you want to be that? I don't think so. It's heavy responsibility to take ownership of the other parts of you. I'm aware of my light body. I proved it. I proved it. All of those who know the time is now, Corey, I projected my light body, saw what was going on, and told her my higher self knew that she needed, and not what everybody else was projecting negatively on her. Not negatively in a bad way, but like way worse scenarios than, oh, you just need that, even though any kind of surgery is not good surgery, and I was right. Not that I want to be. It's a responsibility and you got to know how to use it. Being both dualistic, having two high energy dualistic beings running through you is also a responsibility because you have to balance that out. I'm not alone. There's so many of you that have so many beautiful aspects to you that a lot of you are aware of, and there's other ones that we're still remembering what we are. A lot of other people I have read or heard in the past 10 years have been saying, we are reliving the time of Lemuria and Atlantis for a reason. We're living that paradigm. We're also revisiting Rome and Greece, the Greco-Roman time. Roman and Grecan is more of the political crap that we're dispelling right now, and Lemuria and Atlantis is the energetic spiritual dynamic that we have to transmute. In many of the ways, Lemuria was too peaceful, too open, too kind, and we all love that, right? But when you live in a dualistic arena, your sass has to be balanced with your kindness. Your kindness has to be balanced with your sass. And if you're a guy, you can equate and put any word in there that you would like. You have to have both. You can't let people walk all over you, and you have to have your boundaries up. And there needs to be a balance. And Lemuria didn't have a balance. It was all light, which is great. but they were not able to defend themselves and save their humanity. Atlantis. So many amazing things happened in Atlantis, but then people got a power trip and things were introduced that were not good, and then we recycled. It's it's heavy. I don't want to be right. In many ways, I don't want to be right. Who wants to tell somebody that they have a problem and that you're going to need surgery, but it's not like the extensive, like you need a valve replacement and you need a valve this, and holy crap, like you just need this. And like, that's still heavy. It's not easy, and I'm not here to, I'm not afraid of dying. I'm not afraid of death. I'm not afraid of transcension. I welcome it, right? Whenever it's my time, I wrote it in. I just don't know when. It's a burden in its own self to have abilities, and a lot of you know that. Um, it's a burden because, like I was trying to convey earlier today, the burden is going to get lessened when quantum mechanics can play nice with spirituality, and the things that we already have in our knowing can actually be solidified and proven by experiment and giving its credit. Not that any of us actually need it, because we're all empowered in our own way, in our own abilities, and we know our sense of self, but it would help lessen the burden. It really would. There are plenty of people out there that are seeing beyond the veil and that hide their experiences, that have been abducted, have had interminglings with interdimensional beings, and it might not, their brain can only comprehend alien, and it might not be one. It might be an etheric being, it might be an elemental, it might be a fae, it might be something else, but when people are not educated, how are they going to know? It could be a Wendigo. That's correct, Scott. Tomorrow is never promised to anybody. And the world has to do way better in just giving everybody their due diligence and just respect. I mean, everybody is at a level of where they're at, and we all have to realize that when people are making some heinous, crazy, trolly comments, like they're only coming from a place of vibration that they're sitting in. Some of it's intentional and some of it is to ruffle feathers, and others it's just out of pure unknowing, unconscious projection. Um, and then there's some people that are very egoic and can't come out of their ego. And I'm not saying ego is a bad thing, but people like make these claims, and it's I'm not making I'm making the claim for myself, but I'm also saying that a lot of you are also what I am. We're all one. We're just composed of different aspects of the universe, and it's a beautiful array of a kaleidoscope that we all make up. I make one little triangle. I make up this crazy dimensional sacred geometry amazement over here. And El Sunray is on the next little triangle over here, and she makes a brilliant, beautiful array of cosmic dance. And all of you also have your little triangle, but when you do this, everything morphs and it's all beautiful and it's all one. But we all make up that little aspect that's unique to us with our unique colors, our unique auras, our unique frequency. but combined together, it's a symphony of color and amazement. What's wrong with that? Yeah, well, that's a real thing. Um, my mom gave off that smell. Um, yeah, my dad too. I knew it. I also, at a very young age, told my aunt, just out of being an innocent child, that my parents were not going to live long lives, that my dad was, I was going to lose my parents before I was 30. And my aunt told me I was fucking crazy. Don't talk like that. And what happens? My dad died when I was 22 and my mom at 34. My mom, the timeline shift. But tomorrow's never promised. And I'm very happy I had some earth angels intervene with my mom, and she got to live a little extra longer for a little bit, to understand the transition and to come and actually surrender to the process. My mom was very phobic, very phobic. Ooh, so frustrating how phobic she was and how much fear she had in her. And I had to convince her several times, it's okay. Go home. All of us at some point has picked up on other people. And I'm going to say this. The analogy I spoke about a few months ago about you're at an event and you're sitting at the table and we're observing. Like, I like to people watch. I go to the mall, and if I sit down and have a drink, I watch everybody and their behavior, and I read their energy, just their aura and what's going on. And if you can imagine yourself sitting at an event and you're watching people that you might or may not know walk into the room, it's a good exercise to pick up on what you're reading, but also make yourself walk in. And this is what I've been doing in the last 3 days. How am I walking in to an event? It's not my event, but I'm sitting now observing myself walking into a room. Am I walking in confidently? What am I wearing? What does my hair look like? Am I going straight for the food? Am I going straight to the bar? Am I going to the dance floor? Am I searching out for people? Like, what is my, seriously, just not being judgy, not looking at myself in a bias, but just seeing how the new self would walk into a room. It makes a difference when you can be honest about how you would walk into a room. Are you slunched down and like kind of shy? And it's okay to be shy, but are you still walking in confidently? Are you walking in, you know, like you own the place? Or are you walking in like the hole of shame, I don't want to be here? And that will determine a lot in how and what you need to heal within yourself. I definitely have spirit, FYI, in this room. Anytime my eyes glaze over, there's spirit. We're going to get this rectified right here. We're getting there, guys. I have never done this on camera, so mind you, I do my best. Not that good. See if I'll wrap this first. Without breaking the stone. Aha! Woo! And I'm going to say that that could throw you off too. You know, a lot of us are empaths, and it's kind of hard to dispel energy and feeling and not owning too. Is that mine? Like earlier today, when I felt zapped several times, I can't say it was an attack, but I can definitely say that something was off. And I couldn't put my finger on it. And I had to sit and like chime, ring, tune, ground my energy because something was off and I did not like it. And it hit me like a ton of bricks. And it took me at least 3 hours to dispel it. Spirit comes in with the boom of a firework. Send me an angel. So FYI, for anybody doing molding and in works or interested in doing epoxy, if you ever do this, wear gloves. I don't know if that's going to touch the tip of her head, but we're getting there. I wish you guys, I mean, it's hard to see because of the mold. But the idea is that the head would have the clear quartz and that the wings would be a cacophony of gems. Happy New Year! My God, I don't know if you guys can hear that. So a lot of people are like, why aren't you sleeping? Not just because we had two CMEs hit and my energy is off and I'm recapitulating at the moment. But these people just decide that it's a holiday every day, and it's not just pretty fireworks that they're lighting. Not the ones that go, "Feet." No, these are like M&Es and mortars. You know, walking down to the post office, I can't tell you. There was a news article earlier today about how it sounded like a war zone and not like, oh, it's 4th of July. In one of my videos I took in my backyard, there's not, you can't see anything in my backyard. That's how thick the smoke was from 4th of July. People just, oh yeah. What shall Allison use next? I need a little, the thicker pieces I want to use as I go down. This is kind of thin. It's not even dark outside. But thank you everybody for coming in, and thank you for all the little jewel stuff. I don't know anything about that. Someone was trying to give me some hindsight, but I appreciate all of you for joining me tonight. Please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype. As I'm a dunce, I'm having like a little bit of a contest. Allison's creating some really fun things behind the scenes. I'm just not going to put it out there just for everybody just yet because I'm formulating a merch store. And a lot of people commented on all the cool shirts, guys. I have another awesome one incoming. $2. But it's another Yeshua shirt. It's good. They're funny. I like funny things. I like to put a smile on people's faces, and I'm coming up with some really good ideas. But I like to include the community. It's not just mine. I don't like to claim it mine. But I like to just open up. If you have a really good idea that you would like to see a saying, an image that you would like to see on a shirt, um, when I put out my store, I'm still looking into different like spring tea, and there's a couple of other ones that people use. So it's like print on demand. I give them the imagery, they make the t-shirts, and then they ship them out. So I'm looking into that and what's more like viably sound, because doing it myself is expensive. Doing it that way is way cost effective. And I thought it would be a really cool idea to have a contest and pick one idea and put it in the store. So it's not just about Allison, it's about all of us. Same thing with the books. I'm still capitulating books, guys. It's more of it's a lot, because I'm doing not just writing, I'm doing the background, the picturing, and I'm right now I'm like trying to lay it out. It's not easy. That's why publishers charge a lot, because it's not just about editing, it's about typeface, it's about setting it in its parameters properly, and the alignment of things. Wow. You know, making sure everything is proportion and proper, and it's a lot. So I'm doing it all myself at the moment. So bear in mind, if you do have animal photos, I'm still taking them. I'm working with them. I know we haven't seen Timothy, Mr. Tim, in a bit, but I got some cute ones. I did some cute things with his babies. Really excited. And if you would like as yourself to be AI'd as a superhero, you can include yourself. I know not everybody has a fur animal. And if your fur animal is not here on this plane of existence, no worries. Freya and Little Thor are going to go visit them in the etheric realm. I would love that. And just, I don't think I have it on my computer, because my computer, I have to clean it out big time. Wow. The scroll bar on my thing is bananas. I will show you guys. Give me 2 seconds. I have to find it. No. Like, who doesn't want to see two golden retrievers sleeping? Here's one of the big Mamie's kitty cats. Superhero going through a portal. Sorry that my computer's going bananas. Here's Freya as a superhero cat wielding her axe, tongue out, going, ugh. Here's one of Auntie Amy's babies, So what I do is I put them in AI, and either some of them I don't make superheroes and I just make them adorable. Like this is Freya playing with the mouse. I really need to put in a catnip pierogi. This is little Thor in the portal of Mystic Land. I had so many more of everybody else's babies. Where did I put them? Here's Ash Maya's babies. Sorry, my camera's going bonkers. It's Spirit. So cute. Ash Maya babies are going in there. So what's going to happen is that Freya and Little Thor are going on an adventure, and whether they're alive or dead, they're going to portal through to another realm where they're going to see the babies and meet everybody. I don't think it's in this folder, but I had Mr. Scott. I have the big meanie right here, and we're going to put them in, and they're going to meet you guys in the story. And they're going to meet the animals and have interactions with them. So there's a this is Auntie Amy's babies. You know, they're going through portals. Some of them are cartoonish, some of them aren't. Baby P is fighting off a spirit, a shadow figure. So what I've been doing is taking and playing around with the designs. Besides making the coloring books for them, just weeding out content. So like all the ghost stuff, like they're going to go on a ghost adventure and they're going to tell little kids not to be afraid. Hey, ghosts, you're friendly. Let's give a hug. And not all of them are evil. So I'm working on that one. The one where they're going to portal into seeing everybody, they're going to be superheroes. And they're going to go on an adventure to see everybody around the world. So it's a process, but we're working on it. And I thought it would be a really cute idea for anybody that's willing and wanting their animal to be, immortalized in a book, and just to be a part of the fun. To email me the babies, and I will be more than happy to post them. See. I didn't put everything in the folder. That's my big problem. This is Mr. Tim's animals. There's a kitty cat and a doggy coming out of the portal. I gotta send that to that folder. Yeah. I will. I'm still playing around with this. I know it's it's not mirrored. It's a superhero kitty cat. It's Freya girl with the sassy tail. Being super cute. Yes, indeed. If you guys don't watch my shorts, my little jingles won't make sense to you. But I do a short every day with my kitty cats and my outdoor animals. So I am playing around with different fonts, with different like themes. It's a jingle that I do. Um, yeah. So this is what I've been doing. Working. Doesn't get me anywhere right now, but and hopefully one day it materializes for me because it's exciting. I'm sorry, I'm trying to pick a stone. Anywho. Oh, may your lights meet again, Leah. I'm sorry. Animal passings are hard. You know what? But and for all the animals that passed away in the last couple of years for me, short-lived or long-lived, we taught them how to become human, and I think that's one of the greatest gifts that we have given to our animals is that we are teaching them how to be human. It's an honor. And our animals choose us, and it's a privilege. As much as it sucks to lose them, but it's not really a loss. Yeah, definitely try to find a picture for me. Because I'm really wanting to make sure that the babies, all the babies get recognized. And it's just like a cute little keepsake. See, why I'm not good at wiring gems. No. Yeah. I think most of our pets we met already on the other side. Okay, what do I need to undo here? Wrapping gems is a pain in the tushy. It's rewarding when it stays. Okay, you don't seem like you want to be in there. I know you guys can laugh all you want that I talk to gems, but they're conscious. We're gonna make you a home in here. You want to stay in here. You love it being in here. You're gonna give off amazing energy. We're getting there, guys. I mean, but the idea is that I'm gonna have to crinkle this in and shove it in there. But we're getting there. I think it'll look really pretty. There's Maya. That's so cute. I don't know why my thumb keeps going up. That happened in another seriously in another chat, and I didn't mean it to be up that like a thumbs up. Like no. gosh, Maya, that's so cute. OMG. What goes on? Oh yeah. Any pet. I don't know why it stings more than humans. Anybody know why? I can't tell you why. I know a human, like my passing of my parents was difficult, but like I was pretty okay and I recovered pretty well. My animals, oh boy, no. Mm-mm. Odin was really difficult because I only had him a short time, and I tried every freaking way to save that cat's life. Too late. Ethan, my black cat, Ethan, having like a brain tumor, and like, did he have a stroke? I don't know. Something happened, and he went into a grand mal seizure and never came out of it, and it was horrible. Oh my gosh, traumatizing. Morgan was difficult because I gave her at least another year of life, giving her IV treatments and doing what I could with her diet. But I mean, inevitably, every animal like us has a contract. They come in and they do what they need to do and they leave. And I guess the animals are, it's for me, out of all the, I lost a ton of people in my life. I mean, they transcended, a lot of people in my life transcended. Animals I find harder. I don't know why. Even though I have an awareness that they're moving on up in density, they're going to be human the next round wherever they're going, and we're always going to meet again. That's for sure. They're conscious, they're aware. I don't know where little sassy tail is, but like Odin pretty much dropped her off and like said, "Here, mom, now it's your turn to take care of her." They're all placed for a reason in our lives, and it's just a beautiful, like, oh, thank you. It's meaningful. Yeah, animals, I don't know. Upstairs won't give me the answer to that either. I guess it's individual. We all feel differently when an animal passes, but I believe for me, it's rougher. It hurts even more. But then, animals do some funky things, and animals will send other animals to take its place. I know that for one of my neighbors had 4 dogs and was like, "I'm not having any more dogs after this one goes. I can't handle this devastation." And recently, she used to live next door to me. She moved down to North Carolina and she fell in love with this dog, and she was so hesitant, and I messaged her. I'm like, "Dude, that's your dog. Go get it. What the hell is wrong with you? You're not done yet." Yeah. Yeah, and this, I tried getting little Thor in the house several times. I let him in and he just doesn't, he'll like stay for a little bit, but then he is a ravage animal when he wants out. He's like, "No, I'm meant to be outside." I don't know how true that is now as he's getting older, but I couldn't take him in the house with knowing that I can't put Freya at harm if he has parasites or, has a disease I don't know about. It's not as easy as taking in animals, and this one does not like to be touched. and which is fine. I can respect that, but like, I need to get you to the vet, buddy. Can't do that. And you all like, as soon as I make a move to like do something, he's like out, and he knows I'm not going to hurt him. He brought me a bird. I'm very disappointed in that. I already know the answer to this, but I'm just going to postulate this out loud. Why are men so complicated? Guys, don't answer. Because most of you that are male that are here are complicated in a good way. Everybody's complicated. I guess this is why Allison's single and mingling without mingling. Just putting that one out there. Some of the messages that I receive, I'm like, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know. I laugh at it too, guys. Please laugh. I don't under, oh my God. I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm meant to be single. I don't know. It's people. Why? And it's Mercury retrograde. I got that. It's Mercury retrograde. I mean, women are complicated beyond belief, right? We are. I'm ridiculously complex. Ridiculously. Oh, I know. I'm Little Thor is amazing, and it's out of his instinct. I just passed a birdie on. It's okay. Even the insects, I'll pass them on too. Thumbs up. Um, Scott, yep. Why I'm putting this out there, and some of the questions that I'm asked is a little beyond my brain. And why I'm postulating this is because a lot of us are very spiritual and we are different. And it's really difficult to find somebody that is not like, holy crap, you're psychotic. Holy crap, you're schizophrenic. Oh my goodness, you need to be put in the loony bin. And it's not easy, especially in some of the like going to yoga. I don't want a guy that does yoga necessarily. And if you do, that's great. But a lot of like men who are on the spiritual side usually embraces their feminine and doesn't masculinely balance themselves. I need a balanced masculine man that's feminine and warm and fuzzy in some juncture. Um, I either get one extreme to another, and I don't know why I attract that. And that's not what I am observing into my reality collapsing right now. And I know my twin flame is like every aspect of myself that I don't want alive. And that's some harsh words, but it's the truth. The mirror aspect of what the ugliest aspects of myself come out through another person, and I don't want that version of me alive. I every relation, whether it be my male friends, I have a lot of I'm more of my masculine. I've always been more of a masculine feminine because I've always had to survive. I've even recently gonna throw that up there. Even recently, um, not having a car obviously puts me in a very odd predicament if I want to go out on a date and I'm trying to meet somebody online. Like, obviously, they're going to have to come and pick me up, or I'm going to have to spend the money on an Uber to go meet them somewhere. Um, I could do that too. Have a good night, Mal. So I'm in a predicament at this moment in time about, do I want a guy coming to my house and knowing where I live and I just met you? Or not that, person to person, but you're talking to them. I mean, thankfully I'm armed and I can be dangerous. What comments I've been getting, like, kind of threw me off the other day. And I don't mind sharing this because I really at this moment don't give a fuck. Um, when guys laugh at me like, "Oh, you have to walk to the post office." No, I don't mind doing it. But is it the safest thing for someone of my self to do? It's not easy. And, people like in mocking manner, like, "Oh, that's such a big deal." Why can't I ever be the damsel in distress? I know I don't come off that way. I might never come off that way. But that's how I would play in my feminine. Not to like pity me. I don't want pity. I could walk. It's not a big deal. I've walked my whole life in New York. Trust me, you don't want to be on the subway when it's 90 degrees outside. I'd rather walk. Please. I've walked miles in Manhattan. Not a problem. Here, there's no sidewalks and there's no crosswalks or lights that say, "Hey, it's your safety to walk." There's nothing out here like that. I can't cross the highway. There is no traffic signal for a person to walk across the highway. There's none of that. You got to go at your like you got to jaywalk at your own risk. I know how to do that very well. But it's a different environment here. And I don't know why I get like the mocking energy from the men that I'm just saying I'm walking to the post office. It's not the safest. Instead of saying, "Oh, do you need help?" They mock me. Would you tell a woman that dressed up all sexy and like that kind of like stereotype, Oh, honey, it's okay. I'll help you. I don't get that. I get rough it up, baby. Go and do your thing. How can I ever sit in my full feminine if I get mocked for it? I don't know. I'm just putting that out there. And I think that's why I have to continue playing the masculine, and I don't want to. Because when I try to be vulnerable, and not to say I can't do it, of course I can, but it's not the point. Why can't I be vulnerable? And I know some of the women understand what I'm talking about, especially the ones that have to do it by themselves. Like, why do I have to be like always the one? Why can't I be the vulnerable one for once? I always have to step into a role that like I'm done doing and playing. I'm out of survival mode. Even though I'm in survival mode, I'm still done with it and I'm letting it go over there and dispersing. And I want to balance my masculine and my feminine. Obviously, I wear makeup and I do my hair nice to be feminine. I agree with you. And I don't know why people project that, but even when I was in a relationship and like things were on and off, and I was walking in 15 degrees to work on ice and snow, playing Frogger in traffic, having to run across the street in fear that I was going to get hit by a car. There's like my side of the road does not have a sidewalk. I'm on a major road too. I'm not on like a side street where it's easier to walk. I'm on a major road, so I'm always having traffic and I gotta wait, which is great. But when it snows, no one ever shovels their sidewalk, so I'm kind of made to walk next to the street. And then walking on ice and everything, it's not safe. And I don't care if you hate me, but if you ever said I loved you to someone, and you saw that they were having a need to get some help, why aren't you stepping in? Then that love never meant a damn, that word never should have came ever out of your mouth because it means nothing to you, right? Seriously, like the post office wasn't too bad because it's straight down my block. It's a long walk, but it's down my block. I want to say it's like 2 miles, which is nothing. It's fine. I've done it a million times in New York. It's not like city blocks, but it's a long, but it's crossing the street where the sidewalk is to get to the sidewalk. It's perplexing. But I'm serious. Like I don't understand. And for the guys out there that watch me, if you're single and you want to and you know if you're seeing that a girl is like trying to make it out on her own, trying to do her, but has to be more in her masculine, wouldn't you want your woman or your potential to be vulnerable with you and try to embrace a aspect of herself she hasn't been able to play because the world makes her play this one role to be strong? I want to be vulnerable at some point in my life. And it's usually not the case. It blows my mind. Constitutional carry, baby. Outside hip. As we do the dip, I dip, we dip. I still need thin. I am so blessed to have like a crazy, like seriously, someone, I know who did it, sent me gems. That was the doorbell ringing. Like, this stuff makes me happy. Oh, I like this one. So yeah, I'm test driving with this mold. This is an angel for all those that are coming in. Hi, everybody. Please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype. I'm not done reading my updated on the energies. We just keep going off the left field. But I'm test driving an idea that I got in my brain. I had this mold for a little bit. I actually unwrapped it on the channel. I forgot which show I did it on. But something is propelling me to go back to pouring. Obviously, I have some signs I got to pour. And the angel started to pick itself up and say, I want to be filled. Cool. Now, what do I do? And then the idea of the gems being encompassed is not going to stay. Thank God for tables and not my fingers. But putting this in the angel and having the wings be the gems, like, so this is the head, and this would make up the wings in there, even though it's smaller than I was anticipating. And then I'm also thinking gems over here, but then Allison had another genius idea of putting making it a floral angel. Because I have a ton of flowers and dried up flowers I could put in here. And then Allison got to get a hold of a sunflower because I had a beautiful composition for Miss Sid. Uh-huh. And the heart. What? Yes. See, I make hearts with the backgrounds with the color. And I was like, oh, I could do like an orangey yellow and put a sunflower and see if I can get a Divine Sunflower Tarot in what I did with hers, but like in here with all kinds of other floral stuff. Brain is expanding consciously. This one is not particularly for sale because it has a lot of boo-boos. Back here, we got some pouring boo-boos. Lots of boo-boos. And then up here, we have some boo-boos. I can't get that to shave down properly. And there's two types of purples there. But there's a lot of boo-booing, and it's not flat. It's all wonky. And then the epoxy didn't dry properly in some spots. So I got a lot of these imperfect specimens here. But if anybody wants an imperfect specimen, you let me know. I like to have, I'm a perfectionist. So just saying, I like everything like amazing, but some people don't mind the dings and dangs and the mistakeys that I do. I'm not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. And I'm giving myself that allowance. And I hope all of you do the same. July 7th. Today holds a burning fire. Today holds the portal. Today stands beneath the last quarter moon. There is significant energy surrounding your spirit and your life right now. Something is happening behind everything you have been praying for. Something is creating itself behind every desire your soul has carried in silence. This is the kind of day that reminds your spirit that chains were never made to survive your purpose. Break every chain in this chapter. Break every curse that has followed your name. Break every place where your name has been spoken without love. That is way too many to count. And I could say a lot of us could feel that. Today, you are unbreakable. Lift your voice, lift your faith, lift your spirit higher than your fear. Meet the life you desire halfway, because it is already calling your name. Stop waiting for permission to become the person your soul already knows you are. Step out of your comfort zone. Take back your territory. Take back your peace. Take back your confidence. Take back the future your spirit has been reaching for. Because today's fire was not placed before you to watch from a distance. It was placed before you to walk through it. Stronger, wiser, and impossible to stop. Thank you for stopping by, and I'll add your channel to my link section. You rock. Who feels this energy? I do. I definitely feel this. I definitely feel this. And I think that's what a lot of us are doing on a subconscious level, is unchaining ourselves to the book that we have written up until this point. That version of us that I thanked, hi, my old self, thank you for getting me here. You persevered through fucking hell, brim and fire and Sodom and Gomorrah. Thank you. That's what most people do. What are you cooking? This is one of the biggest questions. And don't feel shy. We're not here to judge you. I'm not one of those people like, oh my God, you're not a vegan. No, I eat meat. But a lot of people sit and cook and do other things, and it's great. I love to know what people cook. Today I had some hamburgers. Grass-fed. Oh, cottage cheese based sauce. That sounds, I'm not the biggest cottage cheese fan, but if you do it in the right way, it sounds really good. Hey, I don't judge. It's, that sirloin pot, I love pot. You don't even know. I've been a behaving child because Allison's 5 top favorite foods is like pasta, I do like steak when I'm allowed, when I can chew it. Oh, I love tacos. That's like up there. I like steak tacos. Um, I'm at the point in my life that I try to do the best that I can with what I have. I cleaning is great when you can afford it and when it's readily available for you to have it. Because of my car situation, I don't really trust the people that are picking out the food, that they're picking out the best produce. You don't know what you're going to get. And I'm very picky with what I eat, what with that stuff because of all the parasites and stuff. You're finding unhealthy food. I love everybody. If you another scare tactic in the news. Did anybody see that? I gotta cut this off, by the way. I hate this little string thing on the shirt. Um, oh my gosh. Everybody's having explosive diarrhea. I'm not laughing at people that get that parasite, but some of you know what I'm thinking. Here's Allison's logic. Hi, Ivy. Here's Allison's logic. With all the parasite stuff I've been seeing in the news feeds, um, I think this is where us health people insert self in a nice, respectful manner and say, oh, maybe you need a detox. Entertainment purposes only, YouTube. Um, so back when Allison was going to the food bank in New York, not shy about that. New York did put in produce, like veggie, like greens and some fruit. And on two occasions, I had food poisoning. Bad. And I'm not saying it was any one particular, organization, and I'm not putting a blame or a finger on anybody who would know that. And I clean my stuff really well. I really do. I wash everything and vinegar and the whole nine yards. Um, that doesn't necessarily take them away. And so I had some food poisoning. So when I go, if obviously around here, when you go to the food bank, I learned that one time really quickly. What they put in that is processed ramen. And listen, if that's all they have, that's great. It feeds people. It might not. It's just not my cup of tea. I rather drink my tea. I need to get to Meyer to get more of my hibiscus elderberry tea. Right now, I'm on the botanicals blackberry raspberry hibiscus. Still really good. And then I pair it with lemonade. Magic. Magic. But seeing all of that in the news, people having explosive poop, and to me, it's like a bat signal in the air to be like, well, you can cleanse that out of you. And for those that have the ears to hear and the eyes to see and the willingness to try, yeah, Walmart doesn't always have the same brands as Meijer, and Meijer's has the Fredericks brand. I don't know if it's good or not. It just tastes really good, and I'm very, very, very particular with my teas. There's a tea room down the block from me. I have yet to try. They just changed owners. Um, Maybe one day I'll get there. Maybe. But yeah, that one tea is delish. Just saying. Right now the botanicals that I'm drinking, the raspberry, blackberry, I love blackberry, hibiscus, delishy. I don't mind, you see, like, but Meijer doesn't have like delivery like Walmart does. And being that I'm very limited with like my transport, like obviously I live in the Midwest. So where I am, like there are some things that are close to me. Like I could walk around the corner and go to the bank. If I could cross the street safely, I can get to Dairy Queen if I needed that. And then if I walk down the block, I can get to the Cat Cafe, the gas station store. They have my water. And then I can get down to like Walgreens and the little shopping center that's over there. But there's no like places to go get the other stuff. So I'm like limited on where and what I can get, and Walmart has delivery, so I use them, but like for certain things, like you can't find it there. And not everything Amazon has either. So it's like I'm limited, but it's all right. This tea is really good though. I know you can, girl. I know you can. I actually have to get in. I have a shirt for you, girl. No one claimed it. So, Miss Ivy, this is yours. You get a shirt. I'm not doing the Oprah thing. Sorry, I can't stand that woman. July 7/7 portal. The energy of 77 carries a powerful message of spiritual awakening, transformation, and trusting the wisdom you have gained through everything you have experienced. For a lot of us, that's very heavy. The 7/7 portal is an opportunity to reflect on how far you have come. Release what no longer aligns with the person you are becoming, and become clear about what you are ready to welcome into your life. You may notice stronger intuition, vivid dreams, synchronicities, or a deeper sense that something within you is shifting. Pay attention. Not every sign will arrive loudly. Sometimes the greatest guidance comes through the quiet knowing that you can no longer ignore. This is your reminder that you did not come this far to return to the person you once were. I agree with that. You have grown. You have learned. You have healed parts of yourself you once thought would remain broken forever. Forever. Sandlot. Now it's time to trust yourself more deeply. Set your intentions, speak your desires into the universe. Release the need to know exactly when or how everything will happen. The next chapter of your life does not need the old version of you. Absolutely. It needs the person you have fought so hard to become. The 7-7 portal is open. Trust your intuition. Trust your transformation. Something within you already knows the way forward. There's something to say to this. I'm transparent. We all know that. And I hope this hits a lot of you as well. There are aspects of myself the last 20 years, 30 years, I'm not proud of. Never was, never will be. There are things at the time that I did them that was at a level of a low vibration of not knowing. I just did things out of survival. I did things because I did them, right? I take accountability for that. I'm not proud, but I don't regret, because those things taught me where I am today. It shaped me and gave me the strength I needed to persevere through things I never thought I could. We all have that part of ourselves that we could say, wow, but we're not going back to that. That was a hot mess. And at this point in my life, I could say that I'm not proud of like a lot of the things that I've done, but I did it in places, not to excuse myself, but I did it in places where I did not know. I wasn't elevated in that regard, and just purely acting out in just humanness. We all make mistakes, and I think we all have things we're not proud of. The cycle and the loop that I just broke in my life, and the boundary that I set for myself, I'm going to explain. I hope that many of you also start implementing the same. The loop that I kept catching myself in and kept looping and looping and looping and looping and looping and looping is allowing other people, because they took things personal, they thought it was all about them, had nothing to do with them, and they kept looping my past back at me when I adamantly was like, no, I'm not that person anymore. Stop bringing it up. Done with that person. That's not Allison in this present moment. That's an old version of me that's living over there. I'm not excusing that behavior. I'm just saying I don't want to hear it anymore. That's not me. And you keep pulling me back into a timeline I'm not comfortable being in, and I don't want to keep reliving something that made me uncomfortable. Boundary up. And I held it. No one. Celebrate that bitch. Yep. It's not to excuse my behavior. But people make it personal. People drag themselves into things that have nothing to do with them. They really don't know. And there's reasons for everything happening. And people that in take in that stuff that's not necessarily theirs, but make it themselves, they start making these stories and they project it. And I'm done with that. My boundary is up. I am not allowing my past to come anywhere breach into this person anymore. Done. I can't walk in my authority and walk into my new life if the old is heavily weighing me down and trying to suck me back into that paradigm. No. And for anybody here going through the transformation like I am, Do not allow another person to bring you back to a place that you don't want to go. To a version of you that is no longer existent. I let that aspect of me that I'm not proud of, that I don't want to relive. I don't really want to sit there. I already released it. I let it go. And that's a universal test. That's a test from the universe, seeing if you're going to go be entangled back into that energy where you're going this way and it's going that way. And you're in the middle being pulled. I don't like that feeling. And I'm refusing to feel it anymore. I don't know if anybody else had a similar experience, or you're going through it now, that you're letting go of the old version of you. And not all of that version is bad. It's just aspects of you you're not proud of, that you outgrew. We all grow. We all mature. We all walk in different aspects of ourselves. Are you willing to let it go and not let it come back because someone else wants to bring it back for you? It's a test. And no, I'm not. I'm past. A lot of us are. And the confusion comes in. It's like taking accountability for a past that I'm not looking that way anymore. And sure, I fucked, and I admit it, I fucked up. I did some pretty fucked up shit. I'm not going to lie. But other people make it their story, and then they assume and they make the story their own, and it has nothing to do with them. They make it about them. The insecurities, their trauma and stuff inflects within them, and they don't understand it had nothing to do with them. And that's just my specific. But even in my friendships, and even in outgrowing certain dynamics of my own self, like I was super political a few years ago. I was all in, making judgments on other people, and then finally spirit fucking did that to my head and said, wake the fuck up, bitch. Everybody's divine. Just because you see it, people still divide and conquer in that dynamic, you don't have to do that anymore. And from there, I lost a fuck ton of people that I thought liked me and I thought was, gonna be there for me. Nope, they rather die on this sword. Their truth is the only perception that matters, and that's cool for them. I see God in all things. The source, the righteousness. I see good in everybody until you show me otherwise. But even at that, I'm dual polarity. I understand why the dark acts the way they do. I understand why the trauma brings the worst out of people. I understand that, and unfortunately, not everybody knows how to heal themselves. And not everybody is prideful to go to a therapist to talk about it. But we all are in a transformational growth right now. I know I am. I'm in liminal space. I don't know. I just sit in half the day, trying to get some ideas out, and then I'm in la la land, and then I'm exhausted. I get the waves of whoa, I need to go to sleep. Holy crap, I can't keep my eyes open. And I get nauseous if I don't put my eyes down. It's not pretty, but it's the energies. It's my body recalibrating to a new vibration, to a new self that's not yet fully arrived. Many of you are going through the same thing. Alexander Quinn put it a lot more eloquently than I did. But with all these retrogrades coming in, and this is a time to reflect. and to do a lot of inner work. And when you thought you healed, oh, no, you didn't. It's a forever process. It's not a pretty one. It really isn't. It isn't a pretty one. But the portal synchronicities. What was I saying earlier when I first came on with the disclaimer? The warrior in the garden. Not every battle deserves your energy. Some arguments aren't meant to be won because they cost more than they're worth. Protecting your peace sometimes means choosing silence instead of proving a point. You don't have to respond to every criticism, correct every misunderstanding, or convince everyone to see things your way. Save your energy for the people and moments that truly matter. Inner peace is often found in the conversations you decide not to have. If I would have reminded myself I posted that earlier today, I would have read that way earlier in the show. I hear Freya. She might bomb. Let's see if we can get a Freya bomb going. Look, it's AllyKat. I wish I would have read that earlier, because that needed to be said. After the shaky start, my energy was fucked. And I like I said earlier, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I'm not everybody's cup of coffee. I perceive the world and allow you to do the same. I'm just giving you my perspective on things, my depiction, how I conceptualize the world. And I'm not asking anybody or projecting it onto anybody unless you resonate with it. If you don't like what I have to say, if you don't align with what I say, but at least having the ear to hear the expansion, great. As long as you're respectful in my chat, that's all that matters. It's okay to have a disagreement. And there's plenty of times that there's a lot of people that do come in here respectfully with arguments, and good ones, not a negative. People cannot agree to disagree. That's the beautiful thing about being human. We all have the capacity to not agree, but still love each other at the end of the day. And someone made a comment earlier, not on here, but that really daggered me. I'm like, did I really come off that way? And I felt horrible. But then upstairs is like, no, you triggered them. And maybe before I do any show, I have to put a little disclaimer like, this is just my perception of how reality works. I'm not asking you to agree with it, but I'm trying to help you make your life make sense. You know, a lot of people don't want to agree with the soul contract thing, and they think that everything's happening to them. Why would this happen to me? You chose it. I'm not saying be happy and excited that bad shit happened to you. Bad shit happened to me my whole life. I chose it because I detached the emotional state to learn what the lesson is. So it doesn't happen anymore. We keep looping, and sometimes we're not conscious of those loops until it comes to light. And then once you catch the pattern, you catch the repetition, you stop yourself and you can alchemize it and become a master of self. Great. Freya, come here. Where's my sassy girl? I'm serious, guys. Not every battle is worth your energy. And sometimes we get in the heat of the moment and things are projected, and you can sit with it and alchemize it like I had to today with a couple of things that went on behind the scenes. And it really hit me. That you know, when you have to question yourself and question what you're doing and questioning your authentic self and just doing you and being you, and then it's under attack, that's another pivot. It's not an easy one, especially doing it in front of others. Ashmaya, what you got for us, girl? Okay, so Ashmaya is reporting back that it's a quiet party night at her house. We're going to check the orbs out. We're going to check this out. Of course, and her superhero pets are here. Oh my God, how cute! Oh! I saw that. Oh yeah, they're not, they're like, they're hide. Oh, there was one. Yep, yep. Yep, yep. Yeah, it's quiet, but they're not, it's not like the other night. Like they're coming in precision wise. Like they're like, here, but here, boom. It might be quiet, but it's powerful. I'm gonna watch that again. So if you're not aware, there is orbs in Miss Ashmaya's house. There's a portal somewhere. And what we're watching is not just two cute, amazing puppies. We're watching for orbs. And they're coming down over here. Up there was another one right there. Up, another one right there, and right there, right there. I'm not the best narrator, by the way. Yep, there's one right there. Oh my God, how adorable. That was such a good show. I'm glad no one else really replicated the Twilight Zone. I used to watch that when I was a kid. Beyond the X-Files. I think the X-Files like won after the Twilight Zone. Like I don't think anything can beat the Twilight Zone. It has its own, its own direction, but like X-Files is like right up there. And superheroes are adorable. Here's another one I want to read to you guys. Spirit says, boom. Today marks the symbolic 7/7 portal, a day many people in spiritual traditions associate with inner wisdom, reflection, and spiritual alignment. Whether you see this portal as a sacred energetic gateway or simply as a meaningful reminder to pause, today invites you to slow down and listen more deeply to yourself. The number 7 has been long connected with the introspection, intuition, spiritual growth, and search for truth. 7 amplify the invitation to turn inward and ask yourself, what am I ready to release? What old story am I still carrying? What is my soul trying to teach me in this season of my life? This is not a day for forcing answers or chasing the next destination. It is a day for creating space. Sit in meditation, journal, walk in nature, allow your emotions to surface without judgment. The more present you become with yourself, the more clearly your inner wisdom can be heard. If you've been feeling emotional, uncertain, or as though life has slowed down, but don't rush to escape it. Sometimes stillness is where the deepest transformation begins. What feels like a pause is often preparation. This is what I've been feeling. Emotional release, waking up crying, waking up like, is this my hormones or is this spirit? Am I being prepared for something? I feel it, but I don't know what. It's an unknown, but I'm sitting with it. And a lot of us that are zonking out and spacing out and just staring off into space, like that's rest. That's sitting in your body is like, you don't need to be here right now. So I've been going through a lot of that. Amongst trying to sleep, as we're hearing, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but they're shooting fireworks off again. I'd be really pissed if I was like first shift person and have to wake up at like 4 in the morning and this is going off as I'm trying to go to sleep. Energy is ridiculous. We just had 2 CMEs hit. We're integrating that information. We've been integrating, thank you, Miss Ivy. We've been sitting in some very heavy transformational energy. We're in retrograde season, so everything is going to feel even more icky. And the icky isn't necessarily a detriment to us. It's what we do with it and how we transform it that will help us. For sure. I mean, just doing this calmed me down and like recapitulated my energy. And for those of you that like Neville Goddard or Carlos Castaneda, and this is something I'm going to actually do tonight for my own self after today and the energy that I got heaved at me and that I felt. I'm going to recapitulate my day. So I'm going to play out my day as soon as I woke up and go through everything that I did. And to the point where I started feeling off, rewrite it as if it didn't happen. And it happened better. It happened differently. And go about my day and as if it never happened. Not to excuse what happened, but to enter a timeline where it didn't happen the way it did. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, yesterday, I got people in my neighborhood, and listen, I don't mind that you shooting the fireworks. I love watching them, but these are beyond the pretty things that are up in the sky. These are mortars and M80s, cherry bombs, and stuff that it just makes more noise and it's worth lighting at 2 o'clock in the morning, at 3 a.m., at 4 a.m. Why the town allows this, or I get it, it's not easy to capture people doing this. The cops are, sparse around here. is way beyond me. It's 9:22. But when it's happening and it wakes you up at like it's a boom, like the other day, not 4th of July, my house shook. I thought my windows are going to break for how loud and how many people were shooting off fireworks, like here in my vicinity. I thought it could be pew pews too. I believe that that's also a thing. They light the fireworks and then the noise, the firework noise out muffles the, but silencers are on the deck, so you can get those. I don't, I agree with that. Here's more 7/7 portal fun. Over the next 7 days, expect destined messages arrive when your heart least expects them. Magnetic luck pulls the right people closer fast. I'm really hoping for that second one. 777 signs confirm your wish is already moving. A person returns with words your soul recognizes. Your energy turns magnetic and blessings start responding. A hidden blessing becomes visible within 7 days. Let's hope for all of us this is all I'm claiming. A wish gains power every time 7/7 appears. Divine protection surrounds the choice your heart makes. 7 days of magic brings answers, luck, and movement. Claiming. Keyword though, feel it. It's not just claiming. Feel the claim. Feel it. And don't expect it. Like 7 days, it could be tomorrow, it could be 5 days from now. Claim it, but feel it that it's going to be on the horizon. And don't doubt it. Today we connect with the 7/7 portal in numerology. 7 is the number of the mystic, divine intervention, and pure, unfiltered luck. I didn't feel that lucky today. It's the frequency where synchronicity takes over. When this cosmic energy activates, the veil between what you want and what is possible completely dissolves. This alignment holds a powerful wave of spiritual fortune designed to usher in sudden breakthroughs, divine pivots, and unexpected blessings. If you've been feeling strange sense of anticipation, you're already turning into it. The luck of this portal doesn't require you to chase it. It requires you to get quiet and make room for the magic to land. I want a new car. I'm just joking. That'd be nice though. That'd be amazing. I have posted some other stuff about the 7/7 portal, but it's kind of, it gets repetitive after a while because it's almost all the same. Source message of the day. This is your winning season. Where you used to fail, you now prosper. Where you used to shy away, you now show up empowered. The universe is both protecting and cradling you with every decision you make and every step you take. You are abundantly blessed and highly favored. Make today another opportunity to step towards your dream life. It is all here for you. So the question is, and this is a hard one for a lot of us to answer, be realistic. What does your dream life look like? In order to bring in, and I don't like the manifesting word, collapsing the wave of potentiality, possibility, you have to believe in every fiber of your essence what you want, that it's obtainable. You can't doubt it. There's no way you can doubt it. I can't doubt that one day, if I keep doing YouTube, that I will hit 100,000 subscribers. Will it happen tomorrow? No, it takes time. That's being realistic. But I am growing slowly, and I am happy for that. Do I need all of that? No, not necessarily, but it helps financially. If I want to do this on a full-time basis, it needs to show some results, right? No marathon. I'm just going with the flow. You got to believe in every fiber of your being that it's going to happen. You just can't expect you can't have expectations of how that's going to come. I given up I surrendered to the fact that when my divine counterpart of a male comes into my life and I know it's meant to be, it's going to happen. I can't expect when or who or how that looks. But I can't doubt that I know it's going to come in. I just don't know when. The job pivot, the books being launched, the all the things that I've been working on that I'm like frustrated with, but I know eventually I'm going to get the answers that are going to get me to where I need to be. I'm not doubting I can't get there. It's just a matter of when. So when you are looking into what you desire and what you want for yourself, keep it in a term that you know it can come, not, oh, well, something out so far-fetched. The far outside stuff, I don't care what Neville Goddard and Enoch Tolle and all of the guys tell you. It starts inside, and the proof, sometimes a human needs the proof to know it's working. For me, the proof is showing that my channel's growing slowly. That to me is proof. Me finding the loan, that someone finally gave me a loan that I could sit a little bit with, like, the weight of the world off my shoulders, even if it's for a little bit, feels great. That was divinely given to me, even though I have to pay back. It was just a little in the moment, a little, hey, you asked for it. Here's the form it's coming in. I'm not worried about the car so much at the moment, even though it's in the back of my mind, but I'm surrendering that too, to knowing that eventually some opportunity, some amazing sale, someone knows somebody that can help me out, and I can get the car that I like in the way that I want it, and I don't have to pay an arm and a leg and try to find another 7 jobs to afford it. Be realistic with what you want and your desires, and know inside of yourself, if there's any shred of doubt, you're not going to get it. Not because I don't want you to have it. It's because you don't believe you deserve it. You don't believe you're worthy of it. And then it's not going to come, or it'll come, but just not in the way that you expected or wanted in. right? It's not every manifestation is great, right? One minute you might want this menu option, but you want some substitutes, but there might be no substitutes in that menu option. And you're like, well, I really want that, but do I got to work with everything else around it? You got to know it in here that it will happen. It is happening. You already have it. Now the universe has to serve it to you. And sometimes those parts are working dynamics that involve other people and placing those people in the right time space for you to meet them, for you to converse with them, for them to be able to help you, right? There needs to be some interaction. You have to know it is meant for you, and you also have to know that you already have it, and you can't deny it. Manifestation is not just some far out concept. You can obtain it. It's just like, Neville Garda will say, like, someone waited 6 months for that dream job to come. But a lot of those stories, those people are already well off and have a savings that they can live off of, but not everybody has those circumstances. That's why I don't like some of the quantum unlocking or the whatever quantum channels are out now. When I used to listen to them, they're telling me about all these high-ended people that like did a pivot in their work. Well, that's great because they had funding to back them up. Being realistic about it. Not everybody has that backing. Not everybody has the resources. Just like the instructional design. I need to get an Adobe suite, Synthesia, and like 7 other apps in order to create a portfolio. And you know what all those cost? Money I don't have. And they're not free. Oh, I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping. But I'm going to tell you what, all these used cars that are 5 years old and over 100,000 miles being 20,000 plus blows Allison's brains. When a new car in most places only costs $3,000 to $4,000 more that are barely any mileage on it. I'm serious. I've been looking at the used car stuff on a lot of different lots in different towns and different places, and I'm getting the same thing. Um, I could tell you right now, there's zero reason that a car that's 5 years old with over 100K thousand miles on it is $20,000, unless it's a Lexus, a Land Rover, one of the bigger model, expensive packed cars that were $60,000 to buy at brand new. Cool. And then I understand that. Not a fucking Kia, not, it doesn't make any sense. Hi, Patrick. What's up, my friend? It doesn't make any sense. And what I'm even thinking about is I have a throttle sensor to try, but I can't even get my car to start. So I'm probably going to need to get a new battery, install the battery with the kill switch on it, and go from there, and just to have a car for the now. Patrick, today's been wonky, heavy, emotional, banana nuts, to say the least. No, I don't want a Kia. I actually have my eyes on a Chevy Trailblazer. I don't know why, but I like the car. I like the SUV. It's compact, it's not huge, and it's not too small, and it's good. Um, I've driven a Kia Sportage. I like the Kias, but they're a pain in the tushy. Um, Mazda, I love this Mazda is 16 years old, and with 52,000 miles on it, I'm shocked it's finally taking a shit. Um, I'm not necessarily not a fan. I like Mazda, but they're also very expensive. I would love a RAV4 or a 4Runner, but those are like 50,000. I am not spending that kind of money. Nope. Yeah, my car's been my car's been acting up for the last 3 years, and the electrical issue, the battery started 3 years ago, but only in the winter. So I just replaced with the warranty the battery. And then it was only this year that I did the alternator, and then the air mass flow sensor cleaned and the air filter, and that was working fine. And then all of a sudden, limp mode, and the car is so yeah, something's off. But yeah. Patrick, very soon I'm gonna have a store. I'm doing I got some cool ideas. I so I'm gonna have some spiritual shirts that have some cool sayings on it. One has a slinky. It's really cool. And right now I'm working on the animal stuff, and I'm still playing around with the fonts and the composition of it, because I don't want them only on shirts. I want mugs, like a tumbler. I have Allison has a really bad tumbler obsession. Um, if I could get mileage under 50,000, that'd be great. Um, yeah. And I need a warranty, but I need to be able to finance. That's my problem. I need to finance. There's no way unless the car is like $3,000 and everything is good. Yeah, that's not happening. I need to finance. Yeah, I like my funny shirts, but I'm like also like I got a download one morning, and I just started like going in and writing and making compositions and everything that I saw in my head, and had AI go make shirts for me. Obviously it's my idea and it's what I prompted it to make, and they came out pretty fucking sick. So the spiritual shirts will be out soon. Yeah, I'm in a conundrum because I don't have like money up front, because I still have to have money to be able to pay off the windows. Yeah, and my bills. Obviously when I'm working, I'm gonna put money away, but I need like 20 other different like streams of income to be able to pay for the car insurance as well. I have to fish for that as well. Um, but yeah, I'm what I'm doing right now. I showed this, so I don't mind showing it again. I am over it. Sorry if you guys message me, I'm inundated. I don't know if I saw it. I got messages like crazy. So this is Freya Cat, and this is like the cute little girl shirt. But you see, I like it, but I might change the coloring just to be black and white, only because, I mean, yeah, sure, a female would wear this, but what happens if a guy wants to wear Freya? And then it took and I have a couple of little Thors that look like Thor, but I don't want it to look like Thor because I don't want a copyright issue. So I have to change that. But like I have some cute little ideas. The spiritual shirts, um, life is like a slinky. We bounce through the spiral as we ascend. Cute little, in 3D, you may have power. In the spiritual realms, I hold spiritual power and rank. And I have different designs with that, like an archangel. And so I'm working on a couple of things every day, but it's like editing. So it takes a couple of minutes for it to like generate, and then I have to sit there and edit. And then I put it in and it's a process. And I'm playing with different styles. So once I get everything kind of like, ooh, that's what I want, I'm going to present it to 4D memberships. And then if they're all like, no, I would get that. Or, that's too much. I have enough to go and edit and everything. And then I can go to one of the print on demand stores that help people and go and do that. Because I definitely am going to get my own t-shirts. I don't think I shared this on my social media, did I? Nope, and AI made me look wonky. The most dangerous form of blindness is believing that your perspective is the only reality. True. That's why I'm going to have to start making disclaimers at the beginning of my shows with just saying that this is just my perspective. This is how I experience reality, and only take what you align with. And if you don't align with it, you have the discernment to let it go. If you ask me for a reading, and this is going to be for the oracle card show that I do, if it doesn't align with you, I'm not going to be offended. I'm only reading energy. I'm out of the way. I pull for everybody. But if you ask a question and you're like, oh no, I picked up on something. I did, Mr. Scott. But it's the truth. That's for sure. It's true. We're all allowed to receive and feel and experience reality in the way that you want to. And some people find it very difficult when their perception is challenged and not accepted. You know, it's just like the odom of the flat earth and the globular earth people. No, it's not flat. No, it's not round. No, it's not flat. No, you're getting inference. Why are you arguing over it? Because your ego needs to prove it to be right? In my reality, there really isn't no wrong or right. A serial killer, in their perception, is doing their victim a favor. Whether you agree with it or not, whether it's right or wrong, that's how they feel and that's what they're thinking, legitimately. And I'm not condoning their actions by any means, but that's how they perceive the world. We could say that's right or wrong, but that's not what they're believing is different. The same thing with the political affiliation. You might see one side as evil and hell, and they're stupid, and they're this and they're that, and you're labeling and judging and dividing yourself even further. Instead of saying, okay, I don't agree with what you believe in, but you're still human. I still love you, and let's not talk about politics. We all want to defend our perception. All of us do, because we are adamant about it. That's how we perceive it. That's what our truth is. But we have to also realize not everybody's truth is going to be yours. And sometimes we want to like try to help people, but not everybody's worth helping and not everybody's worth saving. And there are things that, you know, earlier today, this is how I see reality and this is the energy that I'm pulling. If you don't accept it, I am not projecting it on anybody. I try not to. And if it comes off that way, please let me know. I don't want to be that person. You know, so I'm very complex. And today was just like a fucking dump. A dump. I'm telling you what. And I know a lot of you felt, anybody that watched earlier, like kind of felt it too. I had to do a lot more than that after the show. Cleared the air with some people, which helped. But we all have to take accountability for our reality. And I'm taking accountability by saying, hey, this is how I see things. I'm very easy to make a shift. If it stops aligning with me, I'm shifting. I'm going to change, like we all have been, my direction and my thinking. And we're allowed to do that. And we have to be able to honor that within ourselves to be able to shift our thinking, shift our belief systems. Some belief systems work in the moment. And then something new comes out and you're like, wait a second. And it makes you question everything. And you're like, And then you let it seep in and it's like, oh, okay. Yeah. A lot of people do not necessarily believe that the reincarnation thing, that you chose to be here, you chose your family. For me, it makes sense. My life made a whole fuck ton of sense once I figured that out. And I was way better able to figure myself out from there and to help myself. to clear energy I was not aware of that was lingering in my field because I knew not. And now the word was blatant. I'm just giving you my perception. You could take or leave what I said. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm here because I want to help. Yeah. I'm here because I'm here to help. I'm here to give some insight, and not all the time is spirit giving you something that's pleasant. Sometimes it's going to give you, hey, you're in a loop. Hey, this is what I pulled for the collective. Truth serum. This is for all of us. Somewhere along the way, you started softening your truth, making yourself more palpable. But a watered down version of you will never fully resonate as truth. Led in authenticity, it is only by walking in your own radiance that you are able to see the beautiful humanity and light in others. Oh boy. So what do I bring everywhere I go? My authentic truth. And it's not going to be everybody's cup of tea. Not everybody's going to be on the wavelength, and the wavelength goes like this, right? Not everybody's going to be open receiver for me. I already know that. I don't take offense to it either. I try to be as respectful as possible, but sometimes truth hurts. Sometimes you don't know how someone took your comments. And this is like one of the bigger themes that I've seen recently. It's Mercury retrograde, and people might take things a little too either emotionally or too like exact. And instead of calling up the person and saying, I wasn't interested in what you put on my post, or what you did over here, or what you said on the phone, I don't align with. I'll give you a good example. Someone assumed something of me, created a story, and led that story in that belief system, and put it on and reflected it back on me as if I did something wrong, when I know that's not what I did at all from my perspective. And I'm not apologizing for somebody else's story that I don't align with, that I don't find any shred of truth in. I'm not apologizing for it, because that's sure I could suck. Yeah, hopefully that was an animal. I could sucker myself into apologizing for something I didn't do and just give in, but that's not who this new person is. I'm not apologizing for something I didn't do because of someone's assumptions and projections onto me. And the same thing I will say about the situation. Anybody, it's Mercury retrograde. Heightened emotions, miscommunications, and missteps. Sit with it and deal with it in the private. Because I bet you miscommunications happening way more than we would like. And doing it in specific ways isn't the healthiest. That's just my opinion. Because I've seen some things playing out today that was like, I like to nip things in the bud when they're there, but I'm not apologizing for something and this is not a related to today thing that I'm bringing up, but I'm not apologizing for something I know I didn't do because of somebody's insecurities and someone projecting a story that they wrapped up in their head and made it to be true for them is not necessarily true for me. And the same thing with other things that go on. A lot of people are interpreting or taking in information and not sitting with it in this. They think it's an attack or they have to defend themselves. Know when to act. And then we have loophole. Wounds unhealed become weapons wielded. But cycles are not fate. They are patterns waiting to be rewritten. Remember, just because it's what you know doesn't mean it's the way to grow. Starting now, claim your freedom. No permission is needed. No validation is required. Choose differently. Let this be the moment you find loophole and end the cycle. Look how pretty this is. I found the pattern for myself. Yay, I get to do this. Chicken! Buck, buck, wake up! Chicken, chicken. Chicken. Buck, buck. We got a chicken buck, buck. I could have said I'm sorry. Does it mean I meant it? No, I'm going to say it because I feel it, because I mean it. I'm not faking something just to keep something going and perpetuating another loop, and a false one at that. I'm doing it. Not because I don't love a person, not because I don't respect a person. It's because I'm not going to continue a loop of inauthenticity. Can't do it. And for everybody I'd rather be alone and lose it all than to buy into someone else's false truth. Or the one that I just don't align with. They might think, a lot of people think I'm the devil. I'm evil. I'm a this, I'm a that. They label me, whatever. I don't find that the truth. I know where my heart is and what my intentions are. And like I said earlier today, I'm not here to hurt anybody. I'm here to help. I'm here to direct. And you don't have to take my direction, my advice, or my words at all, unless you align with them. I don't want to be anybody's guru. I don't. That's not my purpose on this planet. My purpose on the planet is to expand your brains, however that comes. And I like to be fun with it. Not everybody has the gall to sit in front of a camera and just be authentic and pure. Some people think I'm an act. Far from that. But I'm not worried about the opinions of others. I just don't want to I don't want to be made to feel that I'm hurting people intentionally or misguiding or placing my will on somebody. And that's no. And I wanted to stop it right there. And I did at the end with what I said. I'm here to help and not. Spirit is brutal. Guys, spirit almost killed me twice. The universe, whatever you want to label it as, was like, hey, you're not in the right direction. Hey, wake the fuck up. Hey, now we're going to put you in anaphylactic shock. Hey, you want to do that again? Wasn't that fun the first time? Yeah, I didn't see the signs. I wasn't listening. I was young. I was just trying to survive. And Spirit was like, yeah, almost took me out. Obviously, I'm here. But I was not in the right place at the right time. And Spirit was like, hey, wake up, girl. You have another path to walk. Here, we're going to make it and force it for you. You know what the universe did? Hey, during lifeguard training, you're going to have anaphylactic shock. We know you love your job. You love the people there. You love what you do. But guess what? It ain't for you no more, honey. Same thing with New York. Hey, everybody has to get this. And if you don't get it, you can't work, and everything that you have or own is not going to be yours anymore. Yep. A lot of people around the country have no concept that there was no choices. If you got hired without a card, that business was getting a $10,000 fine. And don't think I haven't seen my friends that own businesses try to do that. And even if someone faked their shit, they got caught and they got a $10,000 fine. No one talks about that crap. So, of course, no one wanted to hire me, not because I'm not capable of working, because no one wanted to, they feared that more than giving me a little sum of money. You know, and here's something that I've been sitting with in the last 3 days. His Highness adversary has been showing himself a little bit in my dreams, not to scare me. Never has scared me. I'm not afraid of the things that I see. They're not pretty. But he doesn't show himself like that. But he's been coming through. Why is the devil so bad? It's a story that we created that might be false. I'm the shadow in someone's story. I'm an aspect that they don't like about themselves. A lot of us show up in those dynamics. To the rest of my family, I'm the devil because I talk to spirit. Because their book told them that I'm the devil, that what I do is devilish work. Well, if God said, let there be, then the devil is God, or the devil's the shadow of source. Dual, because we perceive in dual polarity, positive and negative, black and white, good and evil. In the Black Laws Dictionary from 1800s, actually, everything's inversed in there. Are we really knowing that this is actually a pure color? Putting a certain race down was designed because of how powerful they are. I'm not talking about their culture. I'm not talking about anything. Their soul essence is ridiculously powerful, and other people knew about it and suppressed them. I'm talking soul level here. I'm not talking about anything more than that. Galactic people, we're all different shapes, colors, and animals, you know, thanks to Arnie. Look how cute his lion deck is. It's a lion deck. Look how cute the animals are. Look at the babies. Okay. Jaguars. I love jaguars. They come in all shapes and sizes. So does tigers. So does lions. They're beautiful, majestic animals. But guess what? Why do you think the world is the way it is? Because they knew what power people actually wielded energetically and they suppressed it. It's the truth, Patrick. I tell this to all my friends. We're souls first, then we're the vehicle and the personality. And way back in the day, Atlantis, Lemuria time. Lemurians, beautiful souls, most of us live that dynamic too. We're too passive. We're too peaceful. We're too amazing. We're amazing. And that was our downfall. Atlantis started out freaking amazing until fuckery came around and the negative polarity came in and destroyed it. So you need a balance of good and evil within you. You need your boundaries. And this is the problem that this world has created for humans. Source knew we needed to have a veil of forgetting because all of this is just an experience. We needed to learn, and in our incarnations over and over again, all of us were every religion, every color, every race, lived on multiple continents. And I can attest to this. My best friend, Miss Katie, she's Puerto Rican. She's super amazing. She's been to Ireland and Iceland, and she travels around where she feels very highly connected to. And she's like, yeah, I definitely have lived a life in Ireland. I definitely lived over here. I was definitely over here. She actually goes and relives her past life energetically. That's a proof, for me at least, a validation that this is just a vehicle. It's a meat suit. And we chose the experience that we needed. And in some cultures, races, and creeds, there's different dynamics of things that our soul needs to learn. Back a long time ago, a lot of us were suppressed because of how powerful we are, our essence, our soul, the DNA within us. And it was suppressed for a reason. Fear, power over, that's a negative polarity. Once you can balance that out, which we're starting to see a little bit, when we can stop dividing each other and see each other all as divine beings, and we all have and serve a purpose here, and we need to stop the shady fucking 3D crap of hating each other because you live down the block in stereotype city. When we can get out of the stereotypes and stop pointing fingers and can love each other for what we are and just beautiful souls that show up and help, the world would probably be way better off without all that hate. And it was built into the system and the program. It was built in. We're here to break that. I can't do it by myself. I can't do it by myself. It takes all of us. And it takes people that are accepting to see past the shell to go, wow, yeah, we're talking to a soul. We're talking to divinity. I'm not just talking to highly spiritualized people. I'm talking to the normal guy on the corner. Like I said earlier in the Viking show, Odin put a little outfit on as a human, and walked around in a human essence, looking like a beggar or one of those, drifters, to seek his people out. You never know who's an angel in disguise. You don't know what a person is spiritually, soul-wise. We all carry different fragments of different essences, and one person can be a totem of an animal and that be their like dominant energy. Someone like me is more in the archangel energy. We all have different energy strengths and frequencies that we all carry. You don't know unless you can read someone's soul, what are they carrying in this life? If anybody were to actually pick up their book and actually read between the lines and see that Yeshua was trying to tell you to walk righteously and do good works, what does that mean? Just to a certain class of people? Urantia. I read it the other day. He was amongst the Gentiles. I don't even like that word, but he was amongst regular people trying to understand them, just to see, because he was raised in this one dynamic he wasn't so proud of and didn't really align with it, but this is what he honored because this is what his parents taught him. And now he's like, wait a second, but I'm not my parents. I don't agree with that. Let me see what's out there, and observed it. Didn't take action. What did Yeshua do? What was his lesson upon this planet? Read Pista Sophia. How many times, even in the Urantian book, Jude was a rebel. He could have gotten Jesus slaughtered real quick back then. If the story is real, but let's just say it's just a postulate, the Roman guard would have had him slaughtered on the spot for the transgressions of his brother. But Yeshua stepped back and said, you know what? He's going to have to learn on his own pace and his own way. And we have to give him patience and some grace and some compassion. Are we so willing to throw the baby out with the bathwater because there's inference? And if someone's not aware of their actions or how they're projecting their words, or someone's interpreting it in such a way when it was intended to be that way. Mercury retrograde, back again. Are we communicating properly? And if not, it just respectfully say to somebody instead of throwing daggers. You don't know someone's intention. I know, at least for me, my intention is of pure heart, and I'm telling you that. You don't have to believe me, but I know some of you feel my energy. I wouldn't be here if I hated people, and I wouldn't be here if I didn't want to help. I could have gotten myself a nice cushiony, job and worked 3 of them and not sit here to do what I do. If I wasn't authentic and didn't have the heart. I'm not really making that much, guys. So it's not about the money. This is my joy and my passion. The last card for today. Great expectations. Expecting the people in your life to automatically understand how you're feeling and what you need is unrealistic. Part of healing is understanding your needs and being able to really express them to others without shame or guilt. Giving someone the key to caring for you properly isn't a cheat. It's a gift for both of you. just like I said earlier, I'm kind of over being in my masculine constantly. Why can't I play the damsel in distress every once in a while? And not to say that I need to play that role, but why can't I be vulnerable and express, like, yeah, it's not safe walking. Not to say that I won't be able to walk and that I don't walk. I'm fine doing it. It's not the point. People that mock me or give me this like, oh, what, what's your problem? Well, why can't I be that vulnerable female that would like some kind of help? Is it because I'm too strong for you? Am I too intimidating? What is it? I would love to know. I don't have all the answers and I'm not an expert in everything. And, there's times where you have to relinquish that. But to be mocked and laughed at for just saying and speaking like, you don't know my circumstances, my situation, and you're making a judgment already? Oops. That's okay. Crazy life. For the next couple of days, I also have my hertz on 7 hertz. Probably that's why I'm like, ding. Next 7 days, if you could do anything for yourself, what do you desire? What do you want with your life? If you had to write a new book for yourself, like your adventure just finished, right? You're hanging the last chapter, you're on the last page, and you're like, damn, that was good, but that was crazy. The book ended. Now you have the pen, the paper, and you are the author of your life. How do you want the rest of your life to look? I don't care what age you're at. Doesn't matter. What do you want to see for yourself? And write it in the now moment, not, oh, in 25 years, I'm going to be settled down and everything's going to be fucking hunky dory. No. What are you claiming for yourself now? With intentions of putting action steps into getting that desire. So this is where the confusion and the fog begins. How do you get your desires? How do you get your dreams to come into reality? How do you make it so? That's the hardest conundrum any one of us can ponder. Right? You want to become a millionaire. Let's just give that scenario. How do you do it? Where do you start? Those are things that are not easy to answer, right? I don't think a millionaire or somebody that didn't get handed a business, well, I got an idea and I just went off with it. Well, give me the steps. How did you get there? What did you do? What did you walk? How did you get about? And who did you need to talk to get you where you are? That's more important for me when people write about their journeys and stuff and like, well, I thought of this thought and I just put into action and here I am, a millionaire. I did this and that and the other thing. Okay, but you're not going in specific. I need all the juicy steps. And not to say that I would copy those steps, but it gives you an idea, a realistic idea that millionaires are not born overnight. It takes a lot of hard work and perseverance. And not every time you're going to go out there in the world where you'll be received. You will be rejected a million times. Time goes by. until one day the opportunity shows itself and you claim it. If it shows. And that's where a lot of us are on the fence. Because we're calling it in and it hasn't shown up yet. And when will it? The anticipation is crazy because you feel the draw. I feel a change. I damn know there's a change. I just don't know which tower is going to fall in my life. Something has to fall. And I don't know where else things are falling, to be honest with you. Besides my house falling apart. What's falling apart? Why you have to do all that shadow work is because you have to get the old energy out for new energy to come in. You have to make room for it. You're a little being. And you have a big essence within you. And you have to clear the energy in the space for new to come in. So these are the things that introspection and all the things I read today is asking you to go inside and know where you want your changes and how you want to change it, but don't expect what it looks like. Just have the idea that I need to change my perception. I need to change my belief system. I need to look at things a little differently. I need to be more aware of certain things, whatever it is. That's change. What do you want? And how can you go out and get it? And that's the hard part. For sure. That's the hard part. Because it's not a guarantee. Nothing in this world, not tomorrow is not promised, and your dream is not promised either. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Do you know how many times I look back when I was 21, graduating out of college with these big, practical, and logical dreams? I'm like, wow, I would love to teach deaf children art because I passionately love sign language. I suck at it, but I love it. And I love art, and I wanted to teach art. That was Allison's number one, and it hasn't changed. What happened to Allison? Oh, well, your dreams are going to get shattered. Not because you don't deserve them, because life happens. How do you recapitulate when something doesn't work out? Right? I always dreamed of having a family and having children and having a successful life. Never happened. Not in the way normal people see it. Right? I'm not normal, so don't worry. But at 20 years old, that was my dream. I wanted to find a man. I wanted to have children. I wanted to give my parents the wedding of the lifetime that they wanted. I wanted to give them grandkids. I wanted to live that life. Did it ever transpire? Nope. Not in the very least. Would I go back and change anything about my life? Nope. I think I'm way better off where I am now. And if I would have had those experiences, who knows where I would be? And that's kind of where I was questioning the Akashic records and seeing if, you know, people could see different timelines, and some people can read the different realities we did not choose. We're living a different one. And I would love to know what's happening in those other timelines. You know, and I think a lot of us in our, at least one or two of our dreams never came to manifest, not because we weren't deserving of those dreams. It wasn't our destiny to live. You know, graduating college and my degree is not one that you get jobs in, just being honest. But teaching it does. And that was my passion. I wanted to go into interpreting school and get my interpreting license and go get my teaching degree and teach children art that are deaf. That is a passion of mine. Didn't happen. But you know what did happen? I get to work with special needs children. I get to use my sign language and I get to use my art with those kids. It might have not been the way I wanted or projected or saw myself doing it, but I'm doing it. Doesn't put food on my table, but guess what? It's still a job. And it's one that most people cannot handle. So the same thing with the art teaching thing that did not land for me last year. I put a fucking ton of work into trying to manifest, bring it down and collapse it. Nope, because something is going to be around the corner very soon, maybe, maybe not, that my life is going to change. And I don't know how it's going to change, but something is going to change. Will I be working a full year at my job? I don't know. Will I move? I don't know. I don't know these answers. But my art teaching thing didn't fall through because it wasn't meant to. I have a higher purpose. And Source brought me in some kind of relief for a little bit. And I have to deal with the 3D struggles just like everybody else. But I don't want anybody at home thinking, oh, I hope my dreams come true. Well, you got to put a practical 3D plan in place. And if it doesn't happen, think outside of the box. Just because I did not become an art teacher doesn't mean that I'm not here doing art and teaching other people some skills that they never had before. I draw in front of you guys. I'm putting together some cool little angel gem. I don't do this like this is all sloppy, but I don't give a crap. But I'm going to put it in a mold and experiment to see if it works. Why not? You don't get results if you don't try. And thinking outside of the box, recapitulating, oh, you know what? I can make courses. I can use my ability to not necessarily do art therapy, but I can do expressive arts and help people work through their shadow work through drawing if they're inclined to wanting to do that. Great idea. Still teaching. I'm still doing my artwork. I love my artwork. I love doing it. And I don't do it for anybody but myself. And if you happen to like something, I'm more than happy to do it for you. That's the thing. I do what makes me happy. It might not always end up in the best results. But at the end of the day, I could put my head down saying, I'm happy. I don't need $1 million. I don't need a Ferrari in my driveway to be happy. I don't need a freaking mansion. I don't need any of that. It's not what I'm looking for. And I think a lot of us are humbly aware that that's the same reality you all live in to some extent. We like nice things, don't get me wrong, and you can get them. But I think a lot of us who are a service to others or more practical and more down to earth and wanting just to be content, and meaning you don't need the crazy niceties that, people that want materialism want. I don't, as much as it looks like I'm in materialism, my shirts are $2. The nicest thing in my wardrobe probably cost me, my jeans, probably $40. My shoes. And even that's like, I'm not out for the name brand, at least along it. All right. So I am. All right. Tim's. I have to have my Tim's. Otherwise, but the Tim's have practical purpose. They actually feel really good on my feet. Not because it's from the Boogie Down Bronx. I don't need to sport anything in designer. Like, I don't need the Louis Vuitton, Chanel. That's the stuff I'm talking about. Fifth Avenue kind of stuff. And I think a lot of you guys are on the same page. It's nice to have some nice things. It does. It's nice to have and treat yourself. But it's not what I thrive on. It's not what makes me happy. It's practical stuff that makes me happy. If we can get out of the looping, if we can find where the patterns are happening in your life, if you could see if you're obsessing over things, and obsession doesn't need to be negative. Ask yourself why. Go deeper. Ask those deep, very hard questions of yourself. You're going to be doing this anyway when you transcend and you go for your life review, and you're going to be judging yourself. Oh, I could have acted a little different in that conversation, or I could have been more responsive and more compassionate to somebody's feelings in that moment. Not to say that was right or wrong. You're just reflecting on yourself, and you as a human being have the ability to do that right now. And many of the information that I receive, humans are the hardest aspect to deal with because we feel it all. When you ascend, shift, and transcend, your lessons are way more difficult. They don't end, it gets harder. If you don't clear the lessons in the 3D, you got to do them in 4, 5, 6. And they're going to be way harder for you to navigate because the energy has changed. The dynamics has changed. The physics have changed. The mathematics have changed. And you're going to have a harder time getting through to the other levels because it's something you didn't want to do in 3D. You're here to feel it now, get through it now. It sucks. It's hard. But I guarantee you it's a lot harder and a lot longer of a process when you transcend. I only know that because of my birth mother transcending herself. Sure, she went to heaven. She's still healing. There's still things in her that need to be transmuted, and it's up to her to do that work. No one else. The upstairs gives plenty of guidance and plenty of help, but they cannot walk your soul through the help. You got to do it for yourself. And that's a lesson I hope that everybody can understand from down this perspective. I can hold your hand and I can hug you through your difficulty. I can't walk your lessons. You got to walk them yourself. You have to gain the experience for yourself. I can't do it for you. No one did it for me. I can give you the hug. I can hold your hand. I can give you some advice. But at the end of the day, it's up to you. And a lot of people can't confront that fact. And that's taking accountability for the fact that you came here. You have a purpose here. So do it. And if that's just to be a model, to be a good person, that's not a bad job. That's definitely a hard one. Do you know what it is to model behavior for kids that don't quite get it? It's frustrating. Now add the adult to that who has an ego, who has vitriol and venom. Not easy. I'm gonna pray I can get Freya to chase the slinky. I did not succeed today. The pierogi won today. Everybody likes the slinky, 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 slinky. I'm gonna pull one more card and I'm gonna call it a wraps. I'm gonna hope that my butt gets some sleep tonight because I will be doing tomorrow at some point oracle cards for everybody. I gotta mow my lawn. That's really needing to get done. So I don't know what time I wake up. Depends on what time I get done mowing, and then I'll go live. So make sure if you're in the background right now to hit that notification bell so you know when I am live. If you're new here, I do oracle card pulls. I will choose 4 decks. You can choose one. You don't have to give a question unless you have one. And if it's specific, I'll pull from my angel answer deck. It was crazy with Sid last week. But, you know, just to tap in to see where your energies are at, I don't mind doing it. But I'm going to have that disclaimer. I want everybody to know that this is not an easy feat in life. The oracle cards are here. My advice is here to help you, not to hinder you. If you feel like that is, then don't take it. At any moment, you have the ability and the free will choice to shift. That's up to you. And I am going to pray I find my Mayan calendar information to go to it's the site that I need. I know they upgraded the site and it changed, and I gotta find the papers. Once I do, I definitely want to do another episode on that because that is information I think a lot of you would enjoy. There's more of you here, and I could share that. And it's free. The last card for tonight is Anu's God Divine. We be getting this a lot. Strongly associated with divine communication, this rune suggests that you need to pay close attention to the messages and advice offered to you. I laugh all the time. Either written or spoken. However, this card goes far deeper than mere external communication and indicates that the true insight you are seeking can only be found by searching within. Learn from and be inspired by the wisdom that external voices or divine signs, such as coincidences, offer, but also be a discerning spiritual seeker from the inside out. This means doing your research and forming your own opinions rather than simply accepting all that you are told or presented with by others. Thank God. I'm happy this came out. It also means having the courage and humility to question your own assumptions and preconceptions. Personal transformation is about being open-minded enough to search for what is true, even if that truth is at times uncomfortable to confront. If I could have only read that earlier today, that would have been great. But everything has a purpose and serves a reasoning, and I'm okay with that. I'm not going to pour tonight, but I'm gonna start the process tomorrow at some point. I'm probably gonna add another one here and set it in, at least set it in, and then I'm gonna add more. But today we got a little bit of a copper wrapping amazing gems that I got today, thanks to a beautiful person from this channel that sent me an array of amazing gems. And I'm glad that I get to create with them. So thank you, Miss Mary. I hope that you guys know my heart, my intention is from the light. It's pure. It's because I care. It's because I've always cared. And I'm not here to hurt anybody. And if you find that happens, please message me. I'm more than happy to communicate and to hash things out. I'm not here to fight. I'm not here to upset anybody. And if I do that, please be transparent and email me, because I don't need that in public. You don't need it either. We can hash it out. And that goes to anybody. I'm not here to impose anything. This is the reality I perceive. And this is the one that I'm just giving you my advice from. Sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within, be the shoulders, be the lighthouse, sprinkle and seed your truths, light that path forward. Don't forget to ring the bell icon. Don't forget to leave, when you leave out of here, like, share, subscribe. And if you have the ability to hype, I thank you so much for that. I will be live at some point tomorrow. Don't know when, but I'm going to do one question or one card pull for all that show up, and I hope to see you all there. So guys, have a blessed and beautiful night. Thank you for watching and hanging out with me today, and see you guys on the next one.